Yeah, why, you
We're
said we
live.
leveled up, right?
I'm just messing with cameras. Hold on.
What, level 11 Venus?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna mess with all kinds of cameras for a second. So give us a sec.
Technology.
Getting it up and running.
Technology.
Here. I changed the way that I have like my camera set up, so it's gonna mess with things a little bit.
Adam, if you want another really great 5th level spell instead of Danse Macabre,
I got rid of it.
you could look at.
Just take Disintegrate. Just take Disintegrate.
Well, Disintegrate's another 6th level spell. Wall of Force is a really nasty spell if you want control. If you want a control-y spell, because it is a wall that is
impenetrable. You could
literally
you could
it can't be dispelled by
the challenge rating of a combat right away.
Yes.
If we're fighting like 2 vampires, just sequester the other vampire for an entire.
And you can trap them in a 10-foot dome that can't be killed by anything but the Disintegrate spell. And if they're inside of it, right, and they cast the Disintegrate spell, congratulations, you have wasted their 6th level spell slot.
Okay, that's useful.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Emmy's gifting subs because she's awesome. That puts us to 20 towards our next sub goal, during which our very favorite sponsor, farboco.com, will give away another set of dice.
Yay!
Yeah.
Is that your announcer voice or are we live?
That was my announcer voice. We are live.
Both.
No, we're live.
All of the above.
Okay.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
I'm not. I'm dead inside. It's all the memes. I'm sorry, guys.
It is the memes.
I'm alive.
Dead
I'm a real boy!
Dead by memes.
Death by memes. It's the worst.
Do you guys think we're gonna need Featherfall in the Underdark?
If you want first level, no. If you're thinking about taking, Jesus Christ, I need to mute myself.
No, I have Featherfall already.
Oh, I say don't take it as a level up spell. We will just buy you a scroll of Featherfall for the love of God.
No, I have it already. I've had it since the beginning. I'm just wondering if I should have it prepared.
Yeah, I gotta prepare spells as well now that I think about it, but we're good.
You will have time to do that.
Yes.
First things first, let me make sure the Foundry is up on screen. Foundry. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Okay. Here we go. We're ready to play. It only took us a half hour, but we're ready to play.
It only took us
Man, Emmy, you are really trying to just bust down Chris's ability to hold on to the monthly top sub gifting. It is impressive that you are going toe to toe with Chris. Yeah, you are. Let's see, what else do we have going on? We extended the Angelica contest to the end of February, so if you have art that you would like to submit for that, please get it in, and we will set it up to vote.
Yeah, if you're a really talented artist and you're around tonight and you're capable of finishing art for Angelica before the voting begins, and you're really skilled or something.
When's that begin?
just at Bun.
Be kind.
And your name is Bun or something. I am being kind. I want to see Bun's complete submission. He's so fucking good.
Have you seen the updates?
I have seen the update.
It's
pretty freaking good.
They're incredible. They're incredible.
Dio's is fucking amazing.
The next time she's in
shit.
combat, she's totally gonna minor illusion in a violin just because of that. Minor illusion of spectral violin.
I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
Well, why don't you go ahead and I'll announce that as well. The daytime games that normally start at 1 o'clock, it says it on our schedule that they start at 1 o'clock. As of next week, they will be starting at noon. So, I'm going to be changing that up so that you can all see that. I felt that the evening games were getting an unfair advantage on going long when things were interesting because there's no game immediately after them, and I still need to justify like being able to eat and make sure I am mentally prepared to switch over to a different game afterwards. So I figured starting at noon meant that we could get going a little later. Or finish a little later if we needed to, and then I can still be prepared to start the next game. They will schedule to start noon, so probably we'll go live at 12:30. Hey! I've been much better about making sure that the starting soon screen is up at the scheduled time. I've been much better about it. Some days I mess up, but for the most part, we've got the starting soon screen up, like right around the actual start time.
I'm wholly to blame for today. I'll take full blame for today.
These things happen. We all have lives, and things get crazy. But why don't we start introducing ourselves and characters? I can see that Bun is all ready to go. Go for it.
ASMR cheat time.
Oh,
Hello, viewers at home. I am Bun, and I play the divination wizard known as Archie. The ungodly spawn of spiders and nightmares. They escape the Underdark, seeking the meaning of their own dreams, and to warn those of the waking world of the eternal night that encroaches upon them. The weave dances between all the stars on this earth, and the stars grow dimmer and dimmer. I see the hopes and dreams are the only thing that pushes back this darkness. And dreams I shall weave. Lark?
So I'm Scarlet. I play the changeling Lark Verdigris, Warlock 10, Fighter 1, who is ready to serve her home city of Revenreach as the impromptu leader of the Beacon Hill Danse Macabre team. Lark is the pragmatic, logic-minded, and immaculately trained daughter of renowned fencing instructor to nobility Letitia Verdigris, and the changeling Lumiere, former servant to a certain Fey Queen of the Winter Court. Lark is bound to the same Fey Queen who sent her to serve the Danse Macabre. Why exactly? Who could say why the Fey do what they do? Lark will only say it amuses her lady. She is unraveling her powers with the help of fierce pseudo-dragon Piosa, who has the markings of a lark and the instincts of a magpie.
Johnny, I play Maximilian. I bought armor for my arms, but I could not keep them up. So if anybody wants to at me on how to keep armor on you, please do.
This is a problem both in and out of character, just so we're clear.
I play Maximilian, a level 6 paladin, level 5 sorcerer, who was the rich son of Geneva's Lord of Treasury. In the meantime, he has to find his own way in the world and hopes to do that through the Danse Macabre.
I've heard how you I've heard about how you keep your armor on properly, and I have to tell you the answer is riveting. Sorry.
I spent 23 minutes putting on armor before the game, so
good God,
that's your behind the scenes content.
I think Lark declining to summon the Dryads also helps keep his armor on.
I mean, he has cast off plate mail now, so it's an action, baby. He can be ready for love in 6 whole seconds.
And he can be done with it in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
My name is Pat. I play Father John Anders, the Fighter 1, Arcana Cleric 10, ASMR. I have already given so much. 'Tis but a pity I only have my life to give. John Anders is the recently integrated member to the Beacon Hill team of the Danse Macabre. Though he apprenticed as a blacksmith, John found a home in the Church of Thormodin after his parents' untimely deaths. With the loss of his family, his friends, and his parish, John seeks to see his flock reunited, to see their prayers answered, and to see justice brought to those who have sinned against him. Vulgar and vice-ridden, he is a good man who has found himself in an impossible situation. With Thormodin's tempering, Father Anders hopes to shepherd the wayward Danse Macabre and this hour of darkness.
Hi, I'm Adam. I play Theo Boss, a lesbian. A level 10, level
He's a
11.
lesbian.
Yeah, he's a lesbian. I thought you were American. He's a level 11 wizard necromancer. After the death of Meridia, Theo fell into a pit of grief and sadness. The only thing left to console him was lesbians.
I don't know what to say about that.
His love for knowledge, but in his collection he found a book not like any other, a book of necromancy. In that moment, Theo knew what he had to do. He started training in the magical arts, strengthening his mind and soul, and joined the Danse Macabre. Only now do the secrets of Ian and Volkmar slowly reveal themselves to him. The pieces are coming together? Probably not. Go ahead, Mark.
We broke Mark before the game even started. That's a lot of face palming.
Nothing new.
Like I said in the chat, at least this time you're not shouting about sex scenes in Avatar: The Last Airbender, okay? I'm the Mark Knight. I am your dungeon master this evening. When we last left off, we had continued with this roller coaster of just character moments, delving deeper into the minds, hearts, and beliefs of these members of the dance as they struggle to deal with what to do with their Horned Order prisoners, as they struggle to deal with what to do about Maximilian and his need to exhibit a little bit of kindness and humility, as they struggled with Theo's wrestling with his necrotic powers and the strange book that he had discovered from the hags, as Lark and John have wrestled with being in charge of the dance while Lady B and Lord Arthur are gone, and as Archie struggles with the letter, the invitation he has received to descend back into his homeworld. We pick up now on the grounds of Beacon Hill, or I should say, in the grounds of Beacon Hill. The members of the dance slowly descending into the hole left behind by an Umber Hulk some weeks ago. You are stepping into the darkness of the world below. The walls are at a steep angle. They are torn into the earth by the claws of the huge bug-like creature. Dirt shifts beneath your feet. And as each of you descend into the growing darkness below, thoughts of how you... thoughts of preparations, thoughts of prisoners, thoughts of pointed conversations fill your minds. You move in silence at first as the weight of this place pushes conversation to the side, and the empty void of darkness that you descend into fills with your thoughts. It's been 5 days since the conversation about the prisoners, and as you climb down into this hole in the earth, Archie leading the way, as he knows, as he's taken this route before. He knows what you will find. All of you can tell me what's happened between then and now. I give you some license to share with me moments that come back to you as you descend.
Does anybody care if I start? Or does anybody else prefer? Okay. So, at one point shortly, probably in the following day after the initial conversation with the team and Father, I guess John didn't directly speak to Father Abel, but with the team and Lumiere, John would try to pull Lumiere aside to discuss some of Lumiere's concerns with what we're going to do with the prisoners. Does that make sense, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Lumiere... Lumiere would quietly sit as he has expressed his thoughts on the matter. What does John say to him in this moment?
I don't know if this is a conversation best had with Father Abel as well, but I think I'll start with Lumiere, and I may have to have a similar, which we will hand wave, conversation with Father Abel, if that makes sense.
Or would you want Father Abel there so you can speak to both of them at the same time? Is that what you said?
Yes, I think so. I think that would make more sense to try to kill two birds with one stone.
Okay. So you sit down with both Lumiere and Father Abel. The tone of the room is solemn. Grave.
Gentlemen, Father, my knight, I think we have much to think on after our conversation last night, and I am sorry to have brought you both back here so soon. I was placed in a very difficult situation. I have had time to collect my thoughts on this matter. Lumiere, your willingness to do what must be done has not gone unnoticed, and I do appreciate it. But I understand my teammates' considerations, and having time to think about it, I think it makes more sense now. There is no lawful authority that would dare hold these men accountable. Father, would you agree?
He nods, closing his eyes and saying nothing. He just nods.
Lumiere,
Like he's admitting a defeat.
could Nathaniel Browen be turned over to the Royal Guard? Or to the City Watch?
Not at this moment, and I doubt ever.
And if he were here, right now, groveling at your feet, asking for forgiveness, what would you say? Do not be so noble. The truth is important.
be no nobility in it.
And why would you kill him?
The fiend would speak no truths, only what would save his hide.
Yes. The things he has done are unforgivable. Even his sins just against you are immense. And his remorse is truly only because he was stopped. And he was caught. He carries no burden of guilt.
I do not believe a creature of that magnitude would show remorse.
When you asked me yesterday what the difference between you and Oliver and these men were, the law would have held you and Oliver responsible. These nobles surrendered out of arrogance, not that their guilt weighed upon them. You felt the weight of guilt before confessing it. You regretted working for the witch and the horrible things you had done and she had made you do. You regretted losing Letitia and being absent in your daughter's life. My brother told me, I can never go back, John. Killed my own brother. The weight of guilt heavy upon his soul. The Horned Order submitted because they had no fear, no remorse, and no feelings of guilt. They believed, as always, that nothing would come of this, as was before. They have been above reproach for so long that they believe they were immune to punishment. Their hubris is that they knew, and they believed, that they were above the law. Father, do you disagree?
Father John, I can't disagree. They see themselves as untouchable.
Yeah. Father, this may not be an appropriate belief for a man of the cloth. I believe that when those who are in lawful power are held above reproach, that they must face justice from a higher power. Like Nathaniel Browen, the Horned Order is protected from law by their position in society, therefore protected from consequence. Ultimately, they undermine any attempt to face judgment. Father, their imagery itself, that of the All-Father and the Holy Mother of Sleep, is done to silence those who would criticize them. They shroud themselves by serving the most powerful of the gods and the keeper of afterlife. Their cause must be just, for they will not even face punishment in death. Father, it is so effective, even you had your doubts. I'm sorry. But it is true. And I had mine.
I will submit to you this, John.
Adam? I mean, I'm a big Spice Girls fan too, but not right now, buddy.
Sorry.
If the courts of men will not hold these people accountable, and I agree that they will not, then you are right. The gods must judge them.
Yes.
So, as men of the gods, my response would be that we must beseech them and seek their judgment.
I agree.
If Orad, or Thormodin in your case, leveled judgment against these men and called you, or I, to be the hand of that judgment, then I cannot deny that the actions that we took in following that would be righteous.
In these cases where men are above the laws, I believe that the laws of the gods are greater than the laws of men. And if we do not demand justice, then no justice will ever be done. Men like us, Father, we must demand it. It is the only moral choice at this point. Or they will kill untold numbers of innocent people.
Seek your God, John.
I will,
Make
Father.
your decisions for the men that have fallen into your hands. And I will do the same for mine.
Thank you. Father, they say that Ord made Thormodin in his own image.
That is what they say.
I hope that Orad gives me guidance in this moment, too. They are his followers, after all, as warped as their beliefs may be. Forgive me, Father, for what I may have to do.
If it is ordained by the laws of the gods and justice is commanded by them,
Thank you, Father.
then you do not need my forgiveness, John. Or anyone's. Father Abel stands up slowly. As he walks out of the room, he places a hand on your shoulder.
I hug him back for his kindness and his solemn advice.
This line of logic, these thoughts and this thinking, he says, look, giving you a very serious look. It is dangerous. It is the one that the men in that room followed for themselves. Though I do think they twisted the words.
I agree.
It is... There is the will of the gods, and there is what we want the will of the gods to be.
Yes.
And when we get those things confused and impose them upon others, we have lost our way as shepherds. Do you understand what I am telling you?
Yes. We cannot become some sort of
Cult.
religious monster. Cult.
Theocracy.
Yes. They tried theocracy once in Oregon. Or so I've been told. In the forests. The elves.
You have no easy task at your hands. I wish you the blessings of Orad. May he light your way. And the skill and logic of Thormodin. May he guide your hand.
And may Thormodin temper you in these trying times, Father. Gods know we will both need it.
He takes his leave after that. Lumiere
Oh.
sits in silence. Go ahead.
How does Lumiere look?
He looks pensive. He says nothing.
What are you thinking? Look, if I'm fucking wrong, you gotta tell me right now.
Those men deserve to die. And I have believed it from the first. But my questions were because there were... It is not an easy decision to make, and I know that the mercy you showed me...
There's times for mercy. And there's times for justice. And I pray that through my walk I have learned the difference.
I hope you have as well.
You will not execute these men. I will stay your hand from that. You have seen enough senseless killing for a lifetime, and perhaps more. Your offer does not go unnoticed, though.
My hands are soiled. I would
Yes.
soon as I could keep all of yours from being the same way. It is the mercy I can offer.
I understand. Come on. Let's go. You got training, right? Pretty early in the morning.
He nods.
Go hang out with Lark.
Maximilian.
Why do you say Max's name like that?
Because he's in trouble.
You think back. And a moment stands out to you from earlier in that week. Shortly after your evening meeting with John and Lark. In fact, the next day.
I wake up and I use prestidigitation to clean my room before the servant gets there.
So proud of him.
The young lady who comes to clean and make your bed is goes into your room, finds it already clean, and comes out in disbelief, confusion.
Not to completely shatter the illusion, but Max goes up to her and introduces himself as like, "Hello, my name is Maximilian." And probably this servant girl is like, "I've seen you naked and I've been serving you for like the past 3 months."
Yes, Master Weston, I know who you are.
Oh, you do? Oh. Hello. What's your name?
Sarah?
Sarah. I'll remember that. Thank you for your... you can forego your morning duties. I can take care of them myself. Whatever her morning duties are for Maximilian.
She's kind of like speechless in this moment, not really sure what to do with that. As you wish, Master Weston, of course. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Yes, Sarah. You too.
Sarah, oh, whatever.
Okay.
And she kind of like gets away. I don't know how else to describe the way that she like removes herself from the situation. As you're
Cautious retreat.
yes. When she walks away, you see Angelica walking towards you.
Max, the thing's doing it again.
Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, you're getting a lot of like zip tie noises over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's because. Hold on. I need to sit up and not like turtle in my armor because otherwise my mic hits my armor.
Ah.
Imagine being
for the
so
posture.
swanky that your armor makes zip tie noises on your like microphone, like.
That's sorry. That's when my armor hits the mic.
Fucking bougie Johnny just over there.
No
like,
wonder you have
I'm wearing
disadvantage on
real
stealth."
armor.
I have I have disadvantage on stealth for this exact reason. I can't tell when this is me just swinging a sword. I
Yeah.
can hear the clink, 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 clink. Before I preface my conversation with Angelica, do I know if she's coming with us to the Underdark?
That's a good question. I don't think she was. Is Angelica coming with you to the Underdark or no?
I think we need people up at the dance that are capable to protect it,
Yeah,
at the very least.
before we leave, John would have told Lumiere to basically just impersonate him for day-to-day activities to like make sure that the like from an outside
That's pretty
perspective
smart.
it's business as usual.
Understood.
Lark would have probably been there for that conversation as well, and she would have spoken to Angelica about the need for her guidance among the young recruits and to continue the morning training.
Okay.
She probably also would have spoken to the quartermaster and to Lucian, because Lucian is the ranking member left behind with the most information and understanding about what's going on at the dance.
Understood.
I think I would offer to Angelica to accompany her to morning practice, so that whenever every conversation I ever have with Angelica is with a sword.
Like, you want to have the conversation at practice, like while
Yeah,
you are fencing?
we're both like clink, 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 clink. I can actually make a clinking noise. And in between pauses, we carry on our conversation.
Okay.
So you understand that we'll be going away for a couple days. Clink, clink, clink.
Yes, Maximilian, I am aware of what's happening. I've been informed.
You'll be second in command while we're away.
Kind of, more or less, I guess. That's true. That's not really why I had come to find you earlier.
Oh, is it? What did you want to talk to me about as we like trade blows?
Well, the last time that we had sparred, I just wanted to apologize. I used you as a pincushion to take my anger out on.
Out of anybody else, I think I can take it. If you need somebody to take your aggression out on, I think I'm your guy for that.
Angelica says, still, it's... It wasn't right of me in the moment. We hadn't had this conversation yet, so I shouldn't have just, well, tried to hurt you on purpose because I was angry.
Oh, you didn't.
Are you sure? You were bleeding.
I'm fine. I was fine. Totally fine. Not a scratch.
All right. That's...
All is forgiven. Is that it?
I guess so. Yes.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about us leaving. I don't want, or with Lady Lark being gone, there's nobody to instruct the pupils. And with you second in command, I don't want Jessica, Augie, or Ari's training to go by the wayside.
I'll be needing to keep up with the practices then.
Make sure to tell Augie and Ari about their guards since they seem to neglect that. And Jessica can work on her hand-to-hand combat. It'll be good for you to be teaching them so they see you in a leadership role. And not just taking orders from me.
Yes, I wouldn't want anyone seeing me take orders from you, Maximilian. Tell me, are you just repeating things that Locke and John have said to you before?
I think I'm just thinking what they would say in this situation. Did I do okay? If they ask you for a report on me, tell them I did I do okay?
I think that's just the thing, Maximilian. I think by wanting to make sure that they know that you did a good job, that you didn't do the right job? That doesn't... Does that make sense?
Nah, I don't know. Would you like to accompany me to, what do we have? Chapel. After practice.
I think I'm all right. I don't do that very much.
I'll pray in your behalf instead.
Maximilian, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why did you get disowned?
Oh, a lot of reasons. It was a long time coming. Have I ever told you about the time I gambled away 10,000 gold pieces?
You haven't. No.
That was one reason, among others. But I don't have to go through that entire list for you to figure out why.
No, I guess you don't. Do you ever feel bad that you were disowned? That the people who were supposed to... that you let down, the people that you understand what I'm saying.
Here's the thing about me and my parents. We have a very transactional relationship. Who do I have as a model for parenting? I've seen how Lady Beatrice and Lord Arthur treat members of the dance, and that's not my relationship with my parents at all. As long as I stayed in line, and if I propagated the family line, that's all they needed me for. So that's why I got away with so much, spending as much as I did, because as long as I did my family duty, I was still worth keeping around. But I don't know, being here in the dance made me realize that not every family is like mine.
I'm sorry to hear that. Not that you've learned that not every family is like yours, but about well, all of that.
Well, we're both lucky in a way to be with the dance, to have people like Lord Arthur and Lady Beatrice to watch over us.
I'm sorry for asking such difficult questions. I'm just still not sure how to handle things with Master Theo. And I thought maybe...
Oh, things with Master Theo are going to be okay. You just have to power through it. He sometimes gets lost in his own research.
No, that's... Well, you said that you had reasons why... That there were reasons why you got disowned, and that you made decisions that led to that. I was selfish, and I made decisions, and...
My parents decided that I wasn't worth keeping around. I don't think Theo's made that decision yet. Do you want me to go talk to him? Theo!
No, that's all right. I'll do it when I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for talking to me. Can I ask one other question?
Sure. And this is all in the... We're like still fencing in the background.
Do you ever feel bad about the things you did?
I mean, not the spending money. That was fun. But I mean, the other stuff, yeah. The ones where I didn't hurt anybody.
You feel bad about the ones where you didn't hurt anybody? Or you feel
Oh,
bad?
other way around.
I think I should talk to him.
Or else I'll talk to him for you.
If I talk to him, do you think it'll be all right?
Yeah, it's Theo. What could possibly go wrong?
I think the scene would end with that.
Yeah. And then I walk away to chapel or church to pray. Because I know it's about to happen. And I pray to all the gods.
There are other things that need to be prepared before you head into the Underdark. Other important things. Other requests that need to be made. Again, I'll open the floor for you guys to decide who needs to do what.
Does Archie and Theo need to do a thing fun, or should we just keep that in the RP chat? Okay.
Let's do that in the chat.
If you folks have stuff on your lists, you're welcome to go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
no,
let's
good
go through lists.
But actually, there is something with the whole Archie Theo thing. Before, meanwhile in the library of the dance, Archie and Theo are having a discussion about things, to which eventually Theo asks him, have you figured out the solution? While Theo is holding his book of Elvish in his hand, looking at Archie.
Don't think there is one with the time we have. The best I can do is just talk with people. Just really get to know them. Why they made the decisions they made. Whichever one, I guess, seems most open to it. I take them into a dream. And I take them through my life.
Why take them through your life? Why not take them through their lives, their decisions?
It's easy to criticize someone else's decisions. It's harder to look at your own. To be accountable for what you do. There's been many things that I've done that I've yet to be held accountable for. They just have to know that truth. Before I should have to hold them accountable for what they have to. What they have done. How they've been programmed. No. There's very little to be done here. I see that. But I could try.
I believe you can do it. I believe you have, out of all of us, the potential to change the hearts of those blackened with violence and hate. Out of all of us, sir, for certain, you would be the greatest to combat that. I mean, those men, they don't have much choice. You're their technically you're their last hope. So go out and get them, champ.
Thanks.
Archie, you're my only hope.
Oh God.
Now,
quite literally, because John's going to kill them if you don't fix them.
and then Theo's going to say, because if you don't help them, I'm going to kill them.
Yeah, like
I know.
They're going to die if you don't do anything.
On the other subject, I had another question for you, Theo.
Of course.
I think out of all of us, you're the only one who has found love. What was that like? How did you know that you would go the ends of the earth for Meridia?
She changed everything about me. She made me see things that she gave me a change of perspective. She made me see things in a new light, made me feel happy, made me feel actually alive. Like life wasn't just information. That life was actually beautiful.
You do anything for her, right?
Yes.
And that's when you knew that. Did she propose to you, or did you propose to her?
Oh, I proposed to her. Nearly sweat a puddle when I did, but I did.
I don't think I have sweatpants, but I can share in your.
With you and Susan? Eh?
I think I've never really felt love. The true kind, anyways. It's always been twisted and poisoned.
What of Lady Beatrice? Did she not shower you with love and kindness?
We had an interesting sort of friendship when I had gone to taught her what I knew. It's kind of like a mutual teacher relationship, almost. She teaches me things and I teach her.
And does that not turn into love eventually?
No. I've known Beatrice for way too long, at too young of age, to ever think of her like that.
Oh, not romantically. Love is many things, Archie. It doesn't have to be romantic.
True, yeah. I just haven't quite made sense of it yet.
You will.
I think I do have an idea of what I want to do.
We all have the capacity to create love and give love. I feel that you have already. You just haven't quite figured it out yet. But it takes time. I mean, some learn it quickly, some learn it slowly.
I know you've got a lot of things on your mind right now, but have you made any sort of discoveries or progress with how to help Susan?
Sadly, with the information that we have here at the dance, I have yet to find anything that would be groundbreaking for Susan. In terms of moving of the soul out of the ring or bringing her back to life, I would need much more powerful magic for that.
Much more powerful magic.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I know
a feeling that you're not going to find anything in that library, Theodore.
I mean, I do know of some magic spells. Not myself, I do know of some spells that are able to capture souls, but I have no idea of how to transfer them or to quite bring her back just yet. But give me more time, Archie. I guarantee you. When actually, John, thank you, Pat. I almost said your name. John told me that we might be going to the Dragon Keep Library. That there's almost an abundance of books, so many, the farther than the eye could see. I guarantee they'd have something there that could help Susan. I'd be gladly there to find something for us to help Susan and you, my good friend.
That'd be a wonderful gesture. But know that if you don't find anything, it's okay. I think I know what I have to do.
I'll do my best. Though, before you go, could I also ask for a favor?
Yes.
Could you, I'm a little embarrassed about this, could you write Mage Armor in my spellbook?
You don't have that spell?
I never really thought to use it or need it.
You're 50 years old.
52. But
52.
But still, I just never, I mean,
okay.
I never really saw to use it or have it, and then recently
just so you know, this particular kind of mage armor is one that has been conformed to my particular sort of skin and form. So it might look a tad odd and chitinous, but I don't think you'll mind that.
Out of character, what do you mean by that?
It means that it'll look like Archie's actual skeletal, like exoskeleton.
Theo's
look like a
getting
bug.
spider shell.
You'll look like you have a spider shell.
I
when
was
you
about
cast
to
Mage
type out Spider-Verse, multiple Archies.
Spider-Men.
Anyone can wear the mask. But yeah,
Spider-Man,
of course I
Spider-Man.
can do that for you. I can
Okay.
run it in for you now. It's
Thank you.
and
Thank you,
and
Archie.
that's Archie just writes in the writes in
He
Theo's
must-
book as trying to logically make out the dream that Archie had when they first conceived the spell of mage armor into pragmatic sort of, like, they know that their way of casting spells is much different to Theodore's, but they know that there's some sort of logic behind all of the truth behind the dreams. So yeah.
Just promise not to say anything to anyone else, especially Maximilian.
I promise I won't say anything.
Thank you.
It might look obvious, let's just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Meanwhile,
Back at the ranch.
At High Minister Court, Lark would seek out Archie early in those days as
Oh
well.
shit, hello Archie.
Yep. Well, Archie, I was hoping we could send a brief sending to Lady Scola. I've written some brief notes. I've got something to propose, but are you able to reach out to her? I'm not sure if these sorts of things will enter into the darkness.
Nothing can stop sending. It is probably the one and most.
That's
No, no, except for being in another
Yeah.
plane existence. Yeah.
yeah. Is the
Almost.
Underdark technically another plane of existence? Because like the Feywild is, right?
Feywild is.
No, you're thinking of the Shadowfell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
In some there are settings where it is
Yeah.
a different plane, but in this one it is not.
That's why. Okay.
It is just so deep beneath the surface
Underneath.
that it is like
Okay.
a different world.
That is good to know.
I've honestly never tried sending a message to my mother's realm for good reason.
Well, you hadn't had anyone you wished to contact there
No.
before, I imagine. But any
Only one
preparations
person,
we can
but
make
yes.
and any hope we can give them at this point would be quite promising. Feel free to revise as you need, but
Right. Did you send it in the DM General or somewhere?
I
Foundry.
put it in Hours, and I put it also in Foundry.
Oh, okay.
But feel free to revise, Archie.
Hey, out there in Streamland,
should know your voice.
is the stream suddenly going very slow or choppy?
Yep, it is choppy as fuck.
Okay, it'll get better. It's better on my computer now, so it should get better in a few moments.
out of game question. I thought, didn't we fill the hole to the Underdark?
No, very, very, like, partially.
There were
Okay.
repairs
To do the
made
whole
to the
thing.
house and to the chapel, but there's still a hole in the ground.
And we
I
say-
could've sworn
and
I had-
I think we filled it, but only to a certain point because it curves, you know. Because it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's why. Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep. Okay, just making sure because I was like, that's a deep hole, and I was like, I remember I had my skeleton or skeletons fill it at some point, but I don't remember when.
Yeah. Also, oh shoot, what's that? What? I don't know. You want me to go order something? Okay. I'm just in a second.
The hole
Okay,
would not
sorry.
have been
Yeah.
filled entirely because it goes all the way down to a crevasse that leads down to the Underdark. So
Cool, Featherfall.
Yeah.
No,
Pass this way.
Also,
we would like to be able to make sure we can get back out.
rip.
So just jumping
Anyways.
in a hole is a real bad idea.
Anyways, the message. Yes, I can do that for you. I
When you're finished,
Prepare the
I
spell.
believe we should probably send one to Lady Bia as well. On a day that you haven't need of too many magics.
right, we haven't told her.
I've proposed a brief message for her as well. But feel free to tweak again. And I'm sure she
Yeah,
will respond
that-
if she
that
has
is-
further questions.
As succinct and effective as always, Mark.
I
I don't know
try.
how you do it.
But Lady Scola first. She may have a little more information.
I do the sending.
By the way, can't John fly?
I can. But just because I can fly doesn't mean that you can fly unless you have taken the fly spell.
We need to get polymorph. I need to get polymorph next time.
Pixies!
Okay, as an aside, here's something I would like you guys to think about, maybe even during the break. The descent into the Underdark is 5 days after the previous session.
Yes.
So, anything that you think you would have wanted to gather in preparation for going down into the Underdark, feel free to put it in the Discord chat or discuss it over the break so that we can either play that out or just so that I know what you have and what you've spent of the dance.
Oh, I have a
resources.
list.
We need
but I will.
We need 1,000,000 ladders.
But
Tiny ones.
that is
Tiny
not for,
ladders.
Wide ones.
That is not for the screen. That would be behind the scenes, so that I can tell you what is good and what is not. Okay. So, Archie, what is the message you send to Lady Scola?
Is word for word what Locke has sent in
Right.
both chats.
I'm sorry.
That is perfect.
I'm asking you to read it or state it out loud because we are starting to preserve these VODs for podcasts as well. So.
Okay. Well then, perfect. I can do. Wait. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. Help is on the way. Why and how were you captured? What items can we bring for you to strengthen yourselves?
We are held in darkness. Most complete. I awoke here and found my companions to be here as well. We are left hungry. And scared. Bring us help.
Okay. And then to Lady Beatrice.
The voice changer is fine, Bun, by the way. I think it's
It's when you
Adam's
pick
just
up your
when
microphone.
when you're sitting up straight,
no.
your voice is much softer, but when you lean close to the microphone, it's much louder.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just teasing. I was just like, where's that voice coming from? You know? Little man inside my head.
Scola and Werats, hostages by Alina, and the nest of Mother of Eyes. We go in 5 days to rescue them, Lumia and Angelica, remaining at Townminster.
before responding with this from Lady Bia, how many messengers can you send in a dream spell? Is it a single messenger? One
think it's just
messenger.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, one. Yeah.
Although I think technically the sender can also appear. So like it could be Archie and John, or Archie and Lark, or
I would need. Okay.
I think.
I'm not sure. That's what I was asking.
What were you asking about? Sorry, Dream?
Dream. How many people can you have appear in the dream? Is
Two.
It's two.
No,
Oh, appear in the dream?
just you,
It's
it's just
the
one.
messenger.
You or a willing creature you touch enters a trance state.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, yeah, just one.
I think
just
the
one.
7th level spell
Messenger.
is it Dream of the Blue Veil, is kind of technically. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, that I thought that one takes you into another fucking
It does.
Eberron world.
It does, but it should just be. We should get
Better
7th
dream.
level Dream that just lets you put more than one
I'm
person
working
in a
on a
fucking
custom spell.
dream.
I'm working on a custom spell that works like that.
Neat. Okay. I needed to know that because I didn't want to give a poor response or an incorrect response.
Okay, awesome.
This is devastating news, Archie. How are you faring with it? If you're planning to go down to rescue them, which I think is the right choice, see me.
So she wishes to have a dream. Okay. Yeah. Following that night, unless a lot of you have something else to say.
I have other things, but you're welcome
Okay.
to
No.
follow this thread
You
to
go first.
completion.
You go first.
It makes
follow.
sense to follow this thread while we're on this thread.
Okay. Well, on this thread. Following that night, I dream, and I dream to Lady Beatrice. Heck. She probably wants to speak with me, but I was like, I should send Angelica. I wish I could bring Angelica with me, because she didn't get a chance to say goodbye. I'll just... fuck.
It's your
You could
choice.
speak to Angelica first and get her exact goodbye.
Oh, right. I can do two
Or you
dreams
can
in
ask
one night.
Bia
You
to
can.
send a
You
sending
can.
to
The
her.
dream doesn't
I can do-
have to last 8 hours, right? Like,
Yeah.
You can cast it more than once in a night. If the target is still sleeping, you would be able to send a second dream.
Yeah. I will send Angelica to have her own sort of farewell to Beatrice, and then do my own dream.
You can go right to your own dream because I'm not going to roleplay out a scene.
Yeah, I know. I know. I just wanted to do that because I felt like it needed to be done.
Understood.
So I appear in this simple, like, I just manifest Beatrice's office for her, since it's one of the most comfortable places for her to vent, having known this. And yeah, I apparate there, and as does she. What does she say?
She hugs you. That's the first thing.
Oh.
Are you alright? I know receiving this letter must have been a shock.
It's been very hard to hold it back from everyone else. I feel like if I scream, I will bring down the walls around me. I feel that terrifying.
She steps back and looks at you. You know you've been preparing for this. That is what all of this has been for, to prepare you to return there. You may have been made by her, but you were not made to do her bidding.
It's so hard. I feel like I'm every time I would talk with her, I was just talking through her. I felt like there's no way I can defeat her or convince her to do anything right. And this isn't just me being pessimistic for the sake of being pessimistic. She is beyond my understanding.
Do you remember when you were in Castle Cora?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
I didn't want them to go. But I needed them to go, but I didn't want them to. But they had a singular plan. Get in, get you, and get out. If you believe that confronting this creature is beyond you, then get in. Get our friends, and get out. I can't say that I think that this invitation coming in our absence is by chance. Can you?
No. I'm not the only one with foresight. Bia. This isn't like Castle Cora. She might not let me out. And if everyone else comes back except me, I need you to hold back that feeling of wanting me to be safe, to want me back, because they will act on that. They will go down there again, and I can't have that.
Lady Bia sighs. Archie. You...
I love them, Bia. I don't want
That is
anything
not what I was going to address. I understand that you do not want your friends to be in danger for the sake of your own well-being. I understand completely. I understand that your heart is for their safety. That was not what I was going to address. You, like I, have the gift of divination and foresight. If you allow your fears and expectations to dictate what you believe to be the outcome of a situation, you will cloud your foresight with your own doubts, your own fears, and your own pessimism. I know where you go. I know that I know from what you have told me that she considers all of her children to belong to her, and that desire will drive her to take you or not let you leave. But you and those around you are more than the sum of your parts. You all together have accomplished things that, quite frankly, would have surprised anyone who does not have my gifts. hold on to hope. Yes, keep your mind open to whatever your foretellings may lead to. And remember that much as you have a will and a wish and a desire, so does the rest of your team. And I could not hold them back. It would be like holding back the tide. If you fall to your mother, they will not rest. They will not rest until it is done.
I just hold her.
I do not want you all to go down into that dark place. I fear for your lives. But we cannot abandon our allies.
No.
And Alina Norlov has too long been a thorn in the side of the Danse. She has too long been a waking nightmare for all of you. She needs to be dealt with. If we cannot approach the Duke directly, let us begin to remove the blocks of his foundation, one piece at a time.
I know. I know what I must do. I also know what I will do. Two very different things, but I will act on my heart and not my mind. I promise you.
Use both.
My mind has been very hesitant. But I suppose a little bit of fear is good.
Fear will make you prepared. And smart. And safe. But bravery will let you use that fear to do more than just cower.
I'll give him hell. And I think that's where I'll leave the dream.
Okay. Why don't we take a break? And we'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Sir. Scarlet, did you have anything else you wanted to do?
I have a list. Yeah.
Okay.
Adam, will you be off camera for the remainder of the evening?
I will.
Okay,
Is that okay?
that is fine. I just want to make sure before turning off your camera on Discord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was meaning to mention it to you, but then everyone
Yes,
was talking.
we were having discussions. So we are back. Before we get started, I just wanted to share something with everybody. Kind of a call to action, asking for help thing. Some of you know Nat Awesome. Nat from Nat Awesome. She's one of our kind of streaming partners, unofficial streaming partners, who we have shared viewers. We raid. We shared players. We are friends, and we share promotions and encouragement. Her pup Bowie recently suffered a spinal cord injury that has led to paralysis, and he requires surgery that is incredibly costly. She is asking for help. She has started a GoFundMe. I'm going to share it in the chat. If you have the means and motivation to help, then please go to her, go to the GoFundMe fundraiser that she has, and consider helping. Consider helping out. Our heart goes out to her. It's never. It's never easy when one of our pets is going through something terrible. It's never easy going through something terrible with them. So just offer her encouragement, and do what you can to help if you can. We are here to play D&D, and I hope it's not callous to move to that. But again, I will share an announcement in our Discord server as well, so you can go there, and hopefully we can help. Well, back at the dance. You climb further down into the darkness that leads to the Underdark, and find yourself at the edge of the crevasse once more, Archie, where you and the familiars had once gazed into the void, knowing that your enemy had once again escaped your clutches. You're here now by her invitation. You've never told your companions about your home. Not really. And it might be time. If it doesn't happen, or if it hadn't happened over the course of the past 5 days, then perhaps now is the time to share what you can. But that is up to you. Did you share it sometime over the course of the last week? Or are you going to talk to them about it now?
It's easy. It's easy to do it now, since it can be live. Yeah. There is another way down there. When I left home, I found a place. I couldn't rightly know why it was abandoned, but whoever once was there was very powerful. Powerful enough that they had hardened scrollings, but scrollings nonetheless of really powerful spells. One of them being what I didn't understand until now, being a teleportation circle. And I think I can. And they put their claw to their forehead and just sort of like trace out this like strand of silk and just holds it between their fingers like the memory is still there. Okay. I know the teleportation sigil. And I can get us down there safely, but I need to make sure that it's safe for us to do so. I bring out this orb of scrying and I just polish off the dust from how infrequent I've been using it. All right, and eyes go white. What does Archie see?
You well, Archie, you see first and foremost the lamppost. And the words you have not seen in a very, very long time, scrawled in Elvish on a dusty and cobwebbed sign. The 2-story high building has a look that is a bit too soft for this place. The stone cavern around it and some of the other buildings nearby speak of hard edges, sharp lines, like daggers in the dark. But not this place. Over the dome of this building, almost resting upon it, is stonework with a web-like form. The cobblestone path that leads to the door is dimly lit from the light of the nearby lamppost. And on the door is a symbol similar to the mask you wear now. You can see the mannequins within. Some have been knocked over. Others covered in layers of grit and dust. The place speaks of abandonment.
It's just how I left it.
The place The place seems a husk of what it once was. As you peer around with your sight, the nostalgia of a place once loved and lived in almost causes you to miss that the door's ajar, just slightly cracked open.
My fabrics.
Reason you fall, your scrying falls upon the lamppost and the outside of your shop of old is because the shop itself is not the location of the circle. The circle is nearby, across the courtyard where the shop sat, in a gazebo-like structure with pointed edges, with the daggers in the dark, the lines of pain that haunt every Gothic structure that spires within this cavern and make up this city. It is one that is used by the Denzians of this city of forgotten and darkened elves. And as you look to it now, blending in with the shadows, there is movement upon the roof of the structure. Even as members of the city walk by oblivious to your brethren, it lays there in guard. The Mother of Eyes watches closely, it seems. Though this would be an awful spot for an ambush in such a public place, were you to present yourselves here, it would not be a risk of immediate cutting down, but it would only be moments before she knew that you had descended into her realm.
I mean, we're here for a visit. No use in hiding.
The element of surprise could be quite useful, though.
I'd like to think that the scrying orb holds like an image of what Archie's seeing as well. So yeah. Well, it would be. We'd be spotted, but it's a treacherous time trying to get to this place. It's up to you whether you want to.
I would ask John, how many times can you teleport us in or out?
Twice.
Per day.
Per day.
Per day. And do you need that magical reserve for anything else?
Yes. If you get charmed, it's the spell level that will remove charms. It is the spell level that will remove HP, your vitality, should it be drained from you. It is also the spell level that is needed to kill Lady Norlov. It is also...
There's no recovering that magical reserve once we get there. We'd be spotted right away.
Probably, yes. We are literally walking directly into an ambush. Or a very short ambush.
Can we take the long way around? I know it's not
That's
ideal, but I'd rather have us have more magical reserves for an exit strategy if we want to make it alive with all of Lady Skola's companions.
I agree with that. And Archie, if you ever consider denizens of this city as allies or friends, us entering the city would be a great risk for them as well. And might risk her ire.
There are very little that either trust me or are approachable. It's difficult down there. There is one though, but I don't know if he's still himself.
If there's one you miss, perhaps send him ascending another time. But I think descending into the abyss is our safest choice in order to keep the reserves we need.
I will go down first.
I'm sorry that you're not going to see a place that you called home. I imagine you must miss it somewhat.
I do.
Do you want me to see how deep this ravine is, or what?
How can you do that?
Drop a stone. Count
John
seconds.
casts light on a rock, holds it into the ravine.
I don't see anything past 30 feet, so I'm just like, oh, it's gone.
Rocks fall at 500 feet per second for convenience sake. That's how far you fall if you stop flying, basically.
Right.
The darkness just swallows it, and there's no sound.
It just keeps going forever and ever and ever. Oh, it went.
Wrong hole.
Please don't say wrong hole. Not in
Wrong
this.
hole.
Not in this stream.
Not in this stream. I think light lasts for an hour, technically. Oh, no. It's an hour. Yep.
Okay.
But the rock does get a dex save against me casting light on it.
Pretty sure it doesn't have any
It
dex.
passed for some reason.
Wow, the rotten dodges.
Lark's
Said it's
suiting up in her
500
climbing
feet every
harness.
10 seconds.
Every 6.
Every 6 seconds.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
9.8 meters per second squared. I'm not doing the rest of that
Yeah,
math.
500 feet in 6 seconds.
And it's just they just do that to simplify shit. And there's no acceleration. Like at the beginning of your turn you have arrived. And at the beginning of your turn you have arrived another 500 feet down.
Okay.
Just assuming terminal velocity, basically.
Well,
You just jump and then
I don't know if you would hear the rock hit the ground after 3 minutes of falling.
Oh.
Okay, well, bottoms up.
Just right down. John can dismiss light.
Man, it'd be so good to have a druid right now that change into a spider.
Question: we don't have goggles, right?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we
Everybody,
you have goggles
practically
tonight.
everybody in the party can have goggles of the night, and I can cast mending on the ones that were like broken.
Okay, I didn't have that in
So-
my inventory.
Remember, mending doesn't
Yeah.
restore magic, but yeah, the
It's
one that
just
was
the housing.
broken.
It's just the
The
housing.
one
that was
with just the
broken.
housing that is broken. Mending could be used
Yeah.
on. The one that has a broken
The
lens,
cracked lens. Yeah.
needs needs artificing to be used again.
So technically, all
still.
5 of us can have them for the jaunt into
Yeah.
the.
Party climb down.
Goggles of night.
Lark has got the climbing harness on, and she's watching for everybody else to start descending before she casts the
on.
one oh sorry.
Should we cast detect magic first? They probably know we're gonna come this way. Probably don't want to trip any alarms.
Uh,
The
Believe
crevasse
that's,
is
Theo's
long
specialty.
enough that if you take the time to cast detect magic, which I think that you all are smart enough to do,
yeah.
you can avoid the area of the crevasse that is alarmed. 'Cause
Oh,
it is
shit.
literally, like, this crevasse is probably, like, I want to say it's probably 100 feet wide, but like a mile long. You could probably walk way down to one of the ends of the crevasse and climb down.
Yes. So I will ritual detect magic. And looking for any bad juju. Takes a little bit to get set up.
There is like a long ledge of this thing directly in front of the tunnel the Umber Hulk tunnel that you all crawled down, that has been alarmed along the edge. Or at least there is abjuration magic along the edge.
It's something.
Yes, but you can
Not bad.
You can walk, probably take a like 5-minute walk down the way, and then climb down from there.
We didn't check the tunnel that we were walking down before, where it'd be easier to do it alone. Anyways,
I assumed that you would be careful going down because you have been careful going through tunnels in the past. So,
oh yeah, that's true.
I am not the type of dungeon master who's going to say, you didn't say you did it, so you're screwed now. That would be real dick of me to do.
Yeah.
No silent alarms. Avoid that.
Be careful of webs. Any kind of web. Don't touch it.
Did you hear that,
Sure.
Piosa?
Piosa trills quietly.
Edgar, be
She's-
careful.
She's almost connected to every web in this city, in this network of tunnels. She can feel almost anything within a certain part of a certain distance of the city.
Don't
Trust
eat
me,
any bugs
I
down
got
there.
caught.
Edgar.
I got caught one time going too far than I should have, and wasn't fun.
This is her realm. Get in, get out,
Harambe.
make sure we've got Skola and her allies.
You begin if the rock is correct in how far it tumbled, you begin the 2-hour climb down the side of this ravine.
We're gonna need both potions then. So
Lark.
we ain't walking out.
Lurk summons her flock of familiars, and she's wearing the climbing harness, so she'll have them.
You can't. It's too far.
Hold on.
They
Wait,
get
so what's the distance? A
60
mile?
feet.
It is more than a mile. It is 4 miles down.
Right.
Ooh.
Which means
We have to use both climbing
Actually,
potions.
it's 4 miles down. You can do it in an hour.
yes.
You could do it in an
we
hour.
can. Okay,
We
so
could.
we just need one.
You
Okay.
need one.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Okay.
I
We
did
just need to be
math wrong for a
dashing.
second. No, its normal travel pace is 4 miles an hour. So if you drink a potion of climbing and it gives you 4 an hour of climbing speed equal to your walking speed, then you should be able to climb down to the 4 miles.
Yes.
However, you will need to make constitution checks because it is not spider climb. You are not just walking on the surface of the wall. It just gives you the ability to have a climbing speed.
Yep.
So you are still exerting yourself physically for an hour.
Okay.
Do you need one from Archie?
No,
There is
because you
a
have spider
second
climb,
climber's
correct?
kit if someone is opting to use
Everybody
that. Lark
add
is
4
wearing
to
one,
your
but-
roll.
Alright, so Constitution saving roll?
Yes.
25.
8.
Theo.
And
It's
Theo
actually
dropped
12, Theo, because of Maximilian.
Thank you.
And if he does fall, I am perfectly happy to use my web spit to try and No, you don't.
Why don't we just use Featherfall? It'd be so much faster.
And
I don't
Lark is descending via familiars.
Yes,
Down into
via a
the hole.
contraption of familiars, each rope held by a mirror image of Piosa and the original Piosa himself.
The only problem with Featherfall, is that it lasts only 1 minute.
Yeah.
Gotta cast it exactly at the right time, huh?
So like 2.5 minutes in, he's just like, oh. Although it slows your fall speed down drastically, so like it might not work.
And we could have gotten feather tokens because those don't have a limit. They're just like ding,
whatever.
and then you just.
You guys are climbing. It's fine.
We're climbing.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
Lark is not. Lark is very much enjoying herself.
Lark, as you descend down and you are looking over your companions who are climbing down this wall, they are like the lines of your trainees. It reminds you of...
We didn't do any drills like this week, I can tell you that.
Certainly not. But you do think back to the drills you had been doing throughout the week.
It's been a very eventful week for trainees for Lark.
with
Pendragon.
trainees, not with John. That kind of drill.
Question. What time is it? What time is it that we're going down into the crevasse?
Not gonna say it doesn't matter, but yeah.
Well, it matters to Theo because I have a 24-hour period of skeletons that I have to keep track of.
It is safe to assume that you cast that spell every day, unless there is something preventing you from doing so.
Well, here's the thing. I'm assuming
How many
I
hours
did.
is just left?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm assuming I cast it right before bedtime, and then I went to sleep, so I got all my spell slots back. So I want to just figure out what time it is we woke up and what time we went down.
We'll leave in the morning then. There's nothing to stop us.
There's nothing. Yeah.
All right,
So you have 16 hours or 15 hours left.
sweet. That's plenty of time.
Anyway, Lark.
We hope.
Anyways, Pendragon, after the interrogation, returned to Mirth, bearing a bundle of letters, each one individually addressed to some of the various trainees of Darkhaven, who showed some promise and who Lark had discussed with Lady Via about inviting to join the dance. So they had received that early on in the week, and presumably some of them have since trickled to Time Minister Court and started to join in the training.
Yes, they have.
In addition, some of the werewolves who had been converted or had their alignments remedied and opted to join the dance who are no longer werewolves, of course, have opted to join in training as well, perhaps.
Yes. You've been able to gather a fresh group of recruits of various experience levels when regards to their ability to dole out or handle violence and their ability to deal with encountering the supernatural. All in all, between werewolves and residents of Darkhaven willing to be disposed and move themselves to Ravenreach itself.
At least for a time. Lark mentioned in her letter the opportunity to reestablish a chapter in Darkhaven afterwards,
Understood.
should they choose to.
Yes.
I put it in the RP chat, but...
You did.
Yeah.
You have roughly 25 new members of the dance.
Promising indeed.
Some of them
Any of...
are in their late 50s, ranging all the way down to those who are or claim to be no older than 16, but declare that if they are old enough to be conscripted, then they are old enough to defend their homes.
Max is going to have to stop calling Theo old man. He's no longer the eldest member of the dance.
Actually, no. What
human leader.
Max ends up doing is going up to a random old person, being like, Theo, did you get this done the other day? Because they all look the same.
Old people all look the same to Max. He's
Yeah.
ageist.
They kind of do. I go up to an old lady. Theo.
I literally have scars that glow green and I'm pale. Get some glasses.
I think he does it just to mess with Theo himself. Theo,
Yeah.
not even to mess with the people that he is messing with. Like, just to screw around with Theo.
So it gets back to Theo and they ask him.
I
Or
already
even
Oh, so
he
you're the
waits
one
until
that,
Theo like peeks into the training room and then goes up to an old person and refers to them as Theo.
Beautiful. And perhaps there are some of the Horned Order folks, if Archie and John have been successful in their offers there, but I don't know if we want to leave that till next
That
session.
we will find out over the course of, well, Archie and John's flashbacks from the next week.
Logical.
But
So yeah, Lark begins training with them, and some of them show more promise than others, but she feels better about leaving the dance in slightly more capable hands now that there are more hands on deck there.
over the course of that week, Lumiere attends some of the training as John. With the purpose of getting used to playing the part. He makes sure that when he does this, he's still in his... he's still wearing his leathers and carrying a rapier and a dagger. So he is not...
John can fight with those.
I know John can. It's just not what John normally wears.
Right.
It is what Lumiere normally
For
wears.
Lark's benefit, clearly.
It is for Lark's benefit. Lark does not... Lumiere does not want the awkward confusion that could come of Lark mistaking him for John. But he
Lark
wants the
very much appreciates
trainees to
that.
get used to seeing John's face around. And also, he needs to practice the mannerisms. This is not his first rodeo impersonating someone. And he is taking the time to make sure that he gets it right for appearances.
Oh man, so many comments. The commentaries and
They're
choosing-
all you. Oh man, the chat's got so many comments. Every one of them is Johnny.
I
This is Johnny.
just the idea of impersonating your daughter's boyfriend.
Oh dear.
I don't see
Titles
anything wrong with
aside.
that.
Anyways, Lark carries on the week's training, and some of the less fresh recruits get to take some leadership roles as well. That moves forward positively. I'm sure she tugs John aside later to speak about potential for executions, and she absolutely would not permit those to, like, she absolutely would be involved in that as well. She expresses that she wouldn't want to ask him to get his hands bloody when she's not willing to do the same.
It is my responsibility.
It's not.
I'm going to give her a shortened version of what I told her father, effectively, in a not public location, and that it is his responsibility to do so. But look, I'm sorry for the other night. I got put in an impossible situation.
I mean, there is precedent. This is how we've dealt with things in the dance before, and I'm happy to stand behind that precedent, those rules, that structure. I just worry that mercy may not be a luxury we can always afford in difficult times.
I agree,
Hence the
and I
red line.
understand. I don't want it to be. I'm sorry. It kind of made us look disorganized, and I know you're kind of a perfectionist, so.
Me? Perfectionist? John.
Nah, it's a good thing. It means you think ahead, you plan ahead. That's good.
As do you. And I'm planning not to let only your hands be bloody in this incident. That's not a fair thing. I don't like requesting others to do things that I'm not willing to do myself. I know I've made a rather large blunder on that front in the past. Your life hangs in the balance as a result.
Willingly. Gladly.
Still.
Thankfully.
Well, hopefully we have a few more restive moments during this week.
Yeah. I should attend training some more. I need to practice before we head out.
Perhaps not in the normal training sessions. Lumiere has been assuming your form. Two of you would be rather confusing.
Oh shit, really?
He wears his own leathers, so no untoward mishaps have occurred.
No, that's fair.
Well, I'll let you get to your work.
Thank you.
And
you
she'll
need me.
switch a store, because presumably...
Freaky
it's
Friday.
That's fine. Thank you.
There was something I was going to add or ask about, but I've lost it. So when it comes back to me, I will bring it back up. That's what it was. One of in the absence of, well, that's not true. I think Arthur's team would be Lady Bia and Lord Arthur's escort. They would act as the caravan guard for their trip. Mm-hmm. So, for the most part, it is all of you. But Angelica has taken to assisting at your request when needed. And Maximilian's regular training sessions with...
we're Les Chants de la Mort. If we're the Danse Macabre, Dance of Death, or the Song of Death with Angelica's song.
Nice. But even Maximilian's footwork has been improving with his spars with Angelica.
And I also want to train with the other 3,
Okay,
just to make sure that they're keeping up. I don't want to just keep my focus on Angelica.
of course.
Yeah.
What's John? Well, actually, John's with Lark right now. Never mind.
I mean, I do need to have a conversation with you. So
Go for
Sure.
John approaches you, Theo, in the library.
It's always the library.
That's because he knows where to find you. It's because he knows where to find you. All right.
That's where you live.
Where
You know-
where are you studying Elvish when you're not in the library? Oh,
Oh,
I know. I know. Is Theo outside sipping tea?
He is.
Then
It's a
John,
beautiful day. He doesn't know when the next time he's gonna, see the outside world and see the sun. Might as well.
is it a beautiful day or a beautiful day by Raven Reach standards? Like
Stat.
Beautiful day. Goddamn
not-
beautiful day.
it's not raining. Like
Fucking birds are singing.
Yes.
Crows are singing. Vampires and wolves are everywhere. Perfect fucking day for the Dance Macabre.
John finds you, Theo. He's like one of those. It's like one of those awkward where like he like sees you outside, sipping tea, and is like, "Shit." So he like goes and finds a teapot and brings his own, and like sits down next to you. Mind if I join?
You're already sitting, aren't you?
No, I'm still standing at this top point.
Oh. Yes, of course.
I need to have a serious conversation with you. Like, deathly serious.
It's always serious conversations with you, isn't it?
If I didn't worry about you, they wouldn't be so fucking serious.
You need to relax.
Probably. I'll worry about all of you.
Take a bed bath and beyond or something.
I
A bath bomb. Get a bath bomb or something. I hear those are pretty relaxing.
Oh, he has a bed bomb already.
Oh, okay.
So... Look, I want to help you with Meridia. But I need to...
Theo looks away from his book and looks at you directly.
But... I don't know that I will ever be able to help her. So the best that I can do is try to help you. I'm worried, Theo. Can I see your arm? Roll your sleeve up.
They're short sleeve.
Okay. I'm just kind of looking at his arm and trying to examine like what the hell this green glow is. Or maybe make a determination on what it means, Mark.
Sure, give me an
Arcana?
Arcana roll. I'd say give me a medicine roll first, and then an Arcana roll.
Okay.
Give yourself guidance on that.
I'm gonna do both because I don't think it's fair to do it on the Arcana because I'm actually proficient in that, but the medicine roll I am not. So add
Right.
a D4 to this. 22 on
Damn.
the medicine, plus a D4. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference at that.
Sure.
23.
Theo, the green glow is at your scars, right? Not coursing through your veins.
No, just the scars.
Okay. You look over the scars, the scar tissue, and looking at it from a medical perspective, it is obvious that it's not. You check it to see, like, does this need healing, right? Like, is this
Not rotting.
it's not.
Yeah.
It's obviously not natural. But
Right.
is there something that is not supernatural about it.
Right.
And they're not infected. The scars are old. They should be in the process of healing, but now that this green glow has happened, they're almost more pronounced rather than less.
Next question.
Yes.
If I cast Detect Magic, would I have advantage on this Arcana check?
Yes.
Okay, I will do so. 20.
Okay.
Plus a D4.
I only do that. I only use guidance on things that I'm not proficient in. Because, like, once you just start fucking DC stacking, this game gets stupid. Like,
You can see, as you use Detect Magic, you can sense the aura of magic. Of course, that could be any number of magic objects that are both on you and Theo at any given moment.
yes.
But you spend the time to focus your sight upon the scars and examine them, not from a medical perspective, but from the perspective of one who understands the very workings of the weave of magic.
So are you just going to stare at me all day, or do you talk? I talk. What's going on here?
He is, I mean, in game terms, you understand that this is an outward appearance
Yes.
of his inurement
To death.
to death. In game, you can see that the scars are almost that they have become a glow with necrotic energy from working so closely with that particular magical aether.
Element.
Yeah, element, aether. It has almost like his body has been almost irradiated by it, right?
Yeah.
He has,
Lighted almost.
and so in the places where there is scar tissue, you can see that energy just coming through. It is not harming him. In fact, it is almost as if it is having the opposite effect. As if his body has developed almost like some sense of
Shielding.
yeah. The same way in the same way that if you can become immune or resistant to certain illnesses once you've had them, this is like the same effect upon his body.
Describe it as sunscreen.
I know you understand this from a game perspective, but I'm doing my best to describe it as
John would understand it.
Yes,
That's fine. I've got enough I've got enough information to have the conversation that I need to have with Theo. Theo, I am worried about you.
Yes, you've said that's 3 times already.
No, not. I am worried about you because I care about you. My kind share the same kind of allurement to death and death magic that you now possess, as well as that of life magic and healing radiances. It is to say that our futures are uncertain. We could go either way. We may ascend, or we may fall.
At this point, we seem to be going downward
Well,
eventually.
eventually. But I do not mean fall quite so literally.
I know what you mean.
I don't want to see you all fucked up like you were with that hag's book. It bothered the shit out of me. I want to help you the best I can. But I need you to promise me something, Theo. If you're ever not sure about something, ask the rest of us. Can you do that?
I can, but I can't promise you. I will try. That is the only thing I can say.
If you try, that's important. Intent does matter. I just don't want to see you go down a dark path. And I can protect you. And this protection will last for the rest of your life. At this point.
How much of that?
If you swear to me, if you give me your word that you will try to avoid this dark path, I will help you in anything. But you must swear it. As an oath. You have been...
Are you talking about my revenge?
No. More so that you do not fall for some of the temptations that necromancy may bring. That you will remain the intelligent and wise and ethical person that I know you to be. When we first spoke, I gave you a hard time, but you were grounded in ethics.
I don't much like oaths, to be honest.
That is fine. And perhaps it is just enough for you to know that I am concerned. And that I hope that I can help you the best I can. Enjoy your tea.
Thank you for your concern.
It's okay. Nice day out for Ravenreach, at least.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss it.
We'll be out before we know it. That's it. That's all I needed to talk to Theo about. If he won't swear to me, then I'm not casting the spell on him.
That's fine.
Again, that's all. So you know.
No, I know. It's fine.
Lark, meanwhile, has reached the bottom of the descent about half an hour before anybody else would, because the Piosas fly at 60 feet. So she's taking half a short rest and continuing to reflect. She's remembering kind of the look that was in Lumiere's eyes as they bade farewell, and that it was a little bit more emotional than some of her previous farewells with him.
Sorry, could I just? No. I'm cutting in. Do you mind if I just say one thing to Angelica?
We can get to that
later. Okay, that's fine.
We'll get to that
later.
I like to shuffle the characters doing things so that everybody gets a chance to do something, and it doesn't keep like one character on a scene for like hours and hours. So
no problem.
Continue, Lark.
Yeah, she just remembers that it was a little bit more emotional than usual, and that his hand was kind of at his pocket, where the gift that she'd given him this week was likely resting.
Mm-hmm.
She also thinks back to rather strange conversation she had with her Ravenreach blade in her bedchamber this week. Lots of new information about it from the Ember Glows and from other library adventures and library research by fellow party members. So she held the blade in her hand and spoke to it, more of desperation than anything else, as Archie's attempts at message didn't really reach the sentience of this thing. But she's attuned to it, and hopes that she can feel her words going through it. And she speaks to the sword and says, "I know that you can do a great deal more than I expected, based on legends and lore and what others have said. A great deal more than I knew, and a great deal more than you do now. I hope, Blade, that you know I'm doing my best to deserve to bear you, and I'm doing my best for Ravenreach to defend it against the undead. Open your powers to me. Wait for response."
The sword almost thrums in your hand. The sword does not contain a personality. It has some kind of awareness, though. And it is seeming to respond to your desire, the authenticity, the sincerity in your words for both protecting Ravenreach and for
vanquishing the foes for which it was designed to slaughter.
It hums and it resonates with your words. You don't feel a shift in power. You don't feel a change in its strength. But you do feel a more connectedness with the blade. And you feel a sense of, well, as I said, it thrums almost with approval at your words. There is more power in this blade than you know. Perhaps it's not ready to reveal itself to you quite yet, but it's there. And it certainly approves of the way in which you are wielding it.
Well, more growing to do together, I suppose. She'll stroke it before setting it on her bedside table and getting ready with Piosa and a store to turn in for the night. And that's what she's reflecting on during her short rest.
Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lark, Max is having the exact same conversation for some reason with his sword. Word for word, but nothing happens.
Yeah, the sword does nothing. It just sits in your hand, Maximilian.
I know you can. What did Lark say? I know you can do more. I can sense more power in you.
Let go of your hate.
Theo, do you approach Angelica or do you wait for her to approach you?
I approach her. Like, this is the last day before we go for the jump in the morning.
Spelunking.
before we go spelunking on our vacation trip to the Underdark, and possibly die. Angelica, please, may I have a moment?
When you approach her, she hides her face as she has in recent days. Of course, Master Theo. Yes.
We are going to be heading down to the Underdark, which means you and your team will be up here protecting the Danse and Ravenreach. You've trained endless hours and days and nights casting spells, training, fencing, your footwork. I've seen a little bit of it here and there. You're very good. You're better than Maximilian. But
She nods quietly.
I'm even Theo scratches his head nervously, like, I've never been good with words. I know that you feel regret. And I know that you might have made a mistake. I make mistakes all the time, but it's okay. I forgive you for not telling me about Meridia. I understand and I apologize, and I hope you forgive me for yelling at you.
There's nothing to forgive. You.
No, I've been a very terrible teacher.
She swallows.
I have not quite kept you under my eye as much as I should have, and I should have taught you far more. But lo and behold, I don't think you ever needed my training anyways. You're far stronger than I or anyone had when we were your age. I'm sure. I may not come back from this. Many of us might never come back. And so I have a favor to ask of you. If I don't come back as your teacher, as your teacher's last request, if you could help an old man. Would you please And Meridia is suffering.
Bring her. What did you say? And Meridia suffering. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Angelica reaches over without looking up or without looking out from under her hair and places a hand on Theo's if he accepts that.
He does.
I have learned a lot since being with the dance. From you, and from Lark, and John, and Archie, and Maximilian too. When I came to you, it was as a foolish girl. I was looking for more than a teacher. I thought I found in your book someone who thought like I did. She pulls her hand away. I had a foolish... I had a schoolgirl's crush. And I kept things from you for selfish and foolish reasons. But I've had to grow up a lot with everything that we've had to do and everything that I've had to see. You need to come back because Meridia needs you. And you need to come back because Ravenreach needs you. The dance needs you. And I still have a lot to learn about. So I guess I need you to come back too. But if you don't, which I say you must, but if you don't, I'll make sure that she doesn't stay the way that she is. She hasn't looked up, and her hair still hides her face. Her hands are clasped in front of her, over her spellbook. And there are tiny watery spots on the cover of it. I was...
Here. This will help you. Theo lifts his arm up, and Edgar comes flying down, lands on it. Sorry, Edgar, I'm just going to... And Theo pulls one feather out of Edgar's back tail. Ah! He's like, what the hell? Kind of. Sorry, Edgar, just... He starts pecking at my hand. Theo... Actually, I might be thinking. Okay, I've got a question actually, out of character for a second. If Theo falls, does the Find Familiar spell keep going?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, it does? Okay, then this does not work. Okay, I thought that if Theo falls, then okay. Never mind. Instead, he does not pluck a feather, and your lands on Theo's hand, and Theo says, "Take care of Edgar until I get back."
She nods. She still doesn't show her face to you.
He will be watching you.
Out of
Take
my...
care of her.
Oh, sorry.
Take care of her as well, Edgar. Make sure she trains hard. You both watch the dance while we're gone in Ravenreach. Caw, caw. Yeah, and then he lets Edgar jump on her, either her head or her shoulder, or her hand if you know. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sending you a message on Discord.
Oh, okay. She's got a crush on me? Oh, God. Oh, man, I'm too old for this shit.
You are. Max keeps reminding you.
Yeah, I know, Mark. I know.
I just want... hey, you don't have to respond verbally.
I'm gonna... No, I have to. I have to show my complete and utter disgust in you. Letting a young girl try to seduce an older man.
She wasn't trying to seduce you. She's just had a huge crush. Like, idolization, right?
That is the right song for that, Pat.
Yes.
Hence, you are an ethical necromancer.
Hey.
She nods that she will and says, "I'll keep Edgar safe. Will you be too far to hear from me if I speak to him?"
Eventually. Once we get down that hole, eventually I won't be able to see or hear anything that Edgar does, but I'll know if something goes wrong.
She nods. She finally pushes her hair back and looks up, sitting up straighter. There's some redness to her eyes, and she wipes streams of tears away that were there. Not openly crying, but just the streaks of them.
Now, you must be strong.
I have learned that. And that's what I'm doing now. It's not how it was. I just want you to know that. That's why I told you about where I found your journal. That's why...
It's all right.
I was foolish. But if I don't want to be a necromancer. I've told you that, and I'm not one. I'm something
No, you're
different
not.
altogether. But my curiosities and stay the same. And I think there's still more to learn.
Of course. I'll be sure to teach them when I get back. I've yet to teach you how to dissect a brain.
Can you do that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well then you need to come back, because I've never seen a whole brain before. That's... What does it look like?
It kind of looks like... Actually, what's a D&D mob or monster that kind of looks like a brain? Or is a brain, actually.
There's an
Elder brain.
intellect devour.
Yeah,
An intellect
an
devourer,
devourer
an
literally
elder
is a brain with
brain.
legs.
Hmm. Do we have Jello in this world? It's like
I
Jello.
mean, we have
Except-
black puddings and stuff like that.
Yes,
So
there are
yeah.
puddings. Yeah.
It's kind of like, pasta and meatballs? It's kind of like if you have a lot of pasta and with sauce, and you put your hand in there. It's kind of like that, except no stringiness. It's all solid, but bumpy. Very, very, very,
Riveting.
very, very interesting feeling. But
This conversation trails off as the camera pulls out, and Angelica is excitedly asking questions about brain gore to Theo and the scientific aspects of dissecting brains.
you see, my great uncle was Dr. Frankenstein.
Theo.
Let me see the time.
He's my cousin.
Okay. You all continue to descend down this cliff face. Slowly but surely moving into the darkness below. It is a long and difficult climb. When you reach the bottom, it is a ledge that you arrive upon. The gorge, the crevasse that you have descended down leads to a space. I don't know how else to describe it. It is almost a shelf of stone that you stand upon. Off in the distance, in the darkness, you could see almost a purple aura in the very, very far distance in the dark. Archie, you see nothing beyond the 30 feet that your blind sight can tell you.
I can see to 120 feet.
We have
Oh,
a raid
this is-
from Shared Experience, by the way.
This is much further than this. Shared experience. Guys, thank you so much. 30 raiders. That is amazing.
Hey, thank
I think it's the
you.
perfect time too. We are just entering into this, well, not into the city, but nearing the city of Des Veldoun, the home city of Archie.
Hey, gamer mom Luna and Manda, welcome. It's good to see
Do
you
they have
guys.
some great pina coladas down there?
As the darkness stretches out before you, you realize that, John, you have 120 feet of dark vision. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
But even in this 120 feet of dark vision, what you see off in the distance, it is beyond the reach of that dark vision. You have a bit of a hike to get to that glow. Oh, thanks for the subscription. That brings
Thank
us
you.
up to 21. Whenever we hit 50 subscriptions, we give away a set of dice care of our sponsor, farboco.com. So that puts us at 21 subscriptions for the next set of dice that we're giving away. We don't have a bar up on the screen to measure that because I switched streaming programs and I'm not sure how to put one up yet. That's some things I have to do, but yeah. Also, when we hit 1,000 followers, we're giving away a legendary bundle on D&D Beyond. So if any of you follow us, we're super thankful, and it's also a chance to get something cool like that. Sorry for the asides. The city lies off in the distance. This haze in the dark, and you begin to hike and walk.
Are we okay to wait for another half hour? I'm just short resting, catching my breath. I don't know if we would like some rations in that time as well, but
Lark has floated down on this harness of familiars. She looks undisheveled in the least, other than where the harness has rumpled her clothing a bit, while the rest of you...
she's prestidigitation that clean as well.
Archie has walked down the side of this wall and is standing there in their usual state, and meanwhile Maximilian, John, and Theo are sweating from the exertion of climbing down this steep
I mean, I don't
rock
have to
face.
sweat, as a heads up.
As an ASMR?
Yeah, I
No.
prestidigitation myself. I'm on
No, I
fire.
literally don't have to sweat.
The point I'm making...
If it gets too hairy, I could just be like, let's take a little break here, fly for a couple seconds, and then...
the point I'm making is the three of you climbed down this wall, and Lark is the one asking to take a break before moving on.
Yeah. No.
So prestidigitation, you all clean as well, and we have
As much
rations.
as I think
Say
we
no.
need that, we should... The darkness will encroach upon us soon.
Yes, darkness, yeah. Push.
Old man Theo.
We'll want to stick to the... There will be lanterns in a road. We best not drift away from that road. But we are far from that yet, and we have much adversity to go.
Just 30
Can you go
minutes or
in?
so to recover the spell.
All right.
That's all I require.
I will ritual cast Tiny Hut as they're preparing.
Okay.
I imagine Theo might like to redo the ritual for Detect Magic.
It's me
In the meantime,
that's doing it, but yeah.
Fair enough. The time on that's running out as well.
So,
Oh, do you want me to do it this time?
yeah, I mean, I can ritual cast it,
I can too.
Yeah.
so.
So it doesn't matter. Whichever one of you decide to. By the way, for that conversation with Angelica, I would like to give you inspiration, Adam.
Thanks. Already had it.
Yeah, I think everybody has it right now. We haven't used
Gotcha.
it yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's fine. Hey, I'm
cool.
trying, alright?
No, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Adam,
Archie-
you-
Wait. Can we have an inspiration bank that whenever you give out
No.
no, as a stream mechanic, whenever you give out inspiration to somebody that
inspiration.
already has inspiration, it goes into the bank, and if the bank gets to a certain level, we do something cool for chat. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we could do that.
Maybe.
I'll have to figure out, like I said, I have to figure out how to create those those bars in OBS because I was using it in Streamlabs, and this is different.
Yeah.
So once I do, we can totally do something like that.
I have an idea. We'll do a dance. A dance macabre.
Oh, Adam.
Theo
No.
gets an extra skeleton.
No, you know it's a genius idea. I mean, we are called the dance macabre. We have to. We have to. Chat, say we have to. Tell us. Of course, it's the dance. I want to
Archie
dance.
will place their hands and trace a circle around everyone as they're getting their breath back from the climb, and traces it up and up and around and starts creating this dome of silk, and then stops for a moment as they realize what they're doing, and finishes the spell with a little bit of a hesitant and sorrowful expression as they pass through the tiny hut.
Do I detect anything? Any magic besides the tiny hut?
Not right here. As you're looking around, you do detect a magical auras all around you, and as you focus in, you can see the magical auras hanging over the weapons and equipment of you and your companions and the tiny hut, but you see no other auras nearby.
Lark prestidigitations her water skin to warm it and then to taste like tea, and takes a swig, and she'll pass it around to the dance members.
Beautiful.
Max goes through our rations and realizes that this is like leftovers and like the kind of rations. Somebody bought the cheap rations. He's like, oh, this flavor.
You really should teach me how to do that.
Prestidigitation or make tea? Because Boney can do the latter.
Both.
I can make tea now.
By the way, do you have a bag of bones with you? Is that what's in the
Bag of holding? I have a bag of living skeletons,
Okay.
all crumpled down into their own bone little form.
Sounds good.
Both.
Sure. If we survive. Project for next week.
Archie,
Oh, it's really easy.
and as you trace out the ritual circle with your spells, you're brought back to a moment earlier in the week. You walked into in Tyminster Court, it is a manor, and in manors, they are not just places for living, they're also places for entertaining. And as you walked past the ballroom of the manor, you caught Angelica drawing with chalk a circle upon the floor of the ballroom. Theo, did you give Angelica the Edgar feather? Or
No,
okay,
that
that's fine.
no, I just let her take
She
care
got
of
the
it.
whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, she got the whole thing.
She got the whole
now.
Edgar.
Yes, she got all of the feathers.
She's making arcane markings on the
She's
floor
plucking each feather from Edgar as we speak.
as she does so.
What have you done to Edgar? I made him
She's very
pretty.
focused on what she's doing.
Archie just watches them and stands as they take in like a moment that does the spell seem very familiar? Eyebrows.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm glad you used that word.
Yeah. It was like in every sense of the word.
As you
Archie-
watch, she has a bag, like a black leather drawstring bag with her that she has opened, and she pulls out a brass brazier and places it in the center of this circle. I said chalk, but she has marked it out in charcoal and is making arcane markings all around it. She pulls out small pouches of components, and you can see the tiny tags of the Emberglow's apothecary on the bags. She doesn't realize you're there. She's in such concentration. As she begins to trace out the spell. She sits down in the center of the circle, the brazier in front of her. She pours a portion of oil into it and lights the brazier.
Mother watches intently.
She sprinkles the incense into the fire, and there's a puff, a tiny burst of flame, and the room begins to smell of sage and spices and herbs. She opens her spell book and places it in her lap and begins to recite words in several incantations.
Archie, just not like a prayer, but just puts it out there to the fates that, like, I hope that she gets someone who, like, a family that truly will look out for her, that is actually like how Archie met Mother, perhaps could do the same for her. And just approaches slowly as the ritual is like being completed.
For an hour, she sits in this circle, and her incantations move through languages that
Does she seem to be struggling to try and find a familiar?
Oh no. No.
Okay.
She is focused. I'm checking something, hold on. Her incantations move through languages that disturb and frighten you. Languages of words of infernal and abyssal and undercommon. She's in almost a trance as she speaks them. As the ritual comes to a close and she pours through her hands the remainder of the components necessary to complete the spell, the fire in the brazier bursts bright for a moment and dies. And curled in the brazier where the fire had been is a black feline form.
Archie gently claps their chitinous hands.
Angelica looks over startled. Oh, Archie.
Don't mind me. Just if I could cry, I would. I'm very proud. I do not have tear ducts, but nevertheless, this is really beautiful. And I remember when I first met Mother.
As
Seeing this is
you're saying this, your words may catch. The cat stands up and stretches with all 6 of its legs. And as it steps out into her lap, the tail splits into 3, and it rubs itself against her. The tiny form of a
displacer beast.
displacer beast kitten rubs itself and
Oh,
cuddles itself into her arms.
that is the single most disturbing and curious thing I've ever seen at the same time.
And beside her arms as well, I imagine.
It doesn't even look like it's rubbing up against her, actually.
Yeah, true.
That's how displacement works.
Through her, around
Yes.
her.
The
It
first
looks like
one,
it's just going around her.
the first form steps out, and the second form steps out almost beside it.
Delayed.
Yes. She,
Oh,
her hand goes through the illusory form of the beast and pets the true form of it. Its eyes glow with a slightly red tint. The fiendish spirit within begins to purr happily as she does so. She looks up at you, Archie, as you've said what you've said, and smiles broadly and says, "Isn't she beautiful?"
yes. What will you name her? Or will you let her choose her own name?
She looks down at the creature. Considering it and establishing her first telepathic communication with it. I
Maybe
think
Jack
I'll
can
name her
decide.
Duo. For there looks like there are 2 of her.
That is very lovely. I like that. That's good. You did that so perfectly. I remember my first familiar seance going quite awry.
You only came in for the last time I tried the spell.
How many times were there?
As you look on the ground, you could see that there is a second rubbed out charcoal circle slightly off center from the first one. Similar
Did any...
to the displacer beast's form.
Oh. Huh. Huh. Well, this is most unprecedented. I've never even heard of such things, but I've been, unfortunately, proven time and time again to be surprised and very much wrong.
Is this not normal?
Well, for one thing, Mother doesn't have 2 separate mirage forms.
But Mother taught you magic.
That is true. To be honest, I don't know an awful lot about Mother. But you can't tell anyone that. She has guided me through a lot of my life, and I hope that this one can help you through a lot of yours. The familiar is an invaluable ally and an invaluable partner. Never should anyone ever think of their familiar as anything less than that.
She looks down at the cat. The kitty. She picks it up, holds it up, touches her nose to its, and then hugs it. I think that she's going to be a welcome addition. If she doesn't get into anything too impish.
Let's hope it's from the hells and not the abyss in that case. But, you know, a little bit of chaos is sometimes what keeps things a little bit lively here and then.
She's gonna help
Don't
me
think I'd
keep
be
an eye on
seen.
things around here while you're all gone.
I can imagine. Yes. Well, duo, or ditto if you prefer, either or. It's been a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Both of the kitties' heads will rub against you, although you only feel one.
But I don't know which one. It's so weird. I pet the cat gently, and then I suppose I turn back to now,
Yeah.
smiling, but still concerned about the various things. We should reach there by. How long will it take for us to reach the city from here, Mark? Do you think? Would Archie know from how distant the lights are?
Well, you can't see the lights unless you take off your mask.
True. You son of a bitch.
But can Piosa see the lights?
You see a distant aura in the darkness. It's almost as if it's like, it's almost as if you're not sure if you really see it. Like lights so far in the distance. Do you know what I mean? That like,
Yeah.
it's more like light pollution off in the distance than like it's like a haze. I don't know if that makes sense.
We might be talking miles here.
It could take you. It's hard to judge distance in this place because it's so dark.
Days,
Not days, but maybe in the realm
Hours.
of hours.
Anyone have any questions for him to state your worries before we get there?
I believe my strength is shored up. What's the name of this friend that you'd prefer us not to kill?
I met him for not quite. It was quite some time ago. I don't even know if he's still alive, but his name was Rogelio.
Rogelio.
He was a. Yes?
Carry on.
He is the one who taught me about the power of stories and song. And kind of fostered my drive towards creative passions.
How would
He had an interest. Oh, sorry.
Oh, carry on. I'm
He had
just
an
curious
interest in the court of the Matron of Eyes, and he was gone. He was here one day and then gone the next, assumably into the city itself. I have no idea if he's even alive.
How would we recognize him?
Oh, he has quite the appearance about him. Look for the drow that is especially extravagant in their clothing. They have rather short hair, sort of cut errantly, and rather blue eyes, unbecoming of most drow.
We'll keep an eye for him then. And offer him passage back if he wishes to come with us.
Maybe.
Into the dark?
Into the dark. Never to return.
Definitely to return, but perhaps not by such a perilous ascent.
I will do my best.
I will do my best to keep you alive.
As well, of course.
Theodore, Mage Armor.
Thank you.
I like that. I imagine both of you casting the same spell at the same time.
Yeah, with like.
Like your Power Rangers.
So wait, no, it's like Power. Yes,
Power Rangers. I was going to say Sailor Moon.
Go Power!
Power Rangers. Huh?
I would love to see
What
the
do they
Sailor
say
Moon
when
transformation
what do they
version.
say when they like? What do they say when they put out their freaking things? Like,
Mark,
it's morphin time.
Mark, it's morphin time.
Yeah.
Go Power Rangers!
God.
Okay, yeah, I activate Mage Armor.
You guys have like a belt that you activate mage armor from.
It's like they're a fucked up version of the Wonder Twins? Form of a spider person. Form of an old man.
Form of an old man.
Oh god, what is that for you?
Lark could take that one on. But she's not going to.
Anyways, I would advise against using particularly luminous spells to light the or even your
Light them up! Fireball!
No, my kin usually use senses of web. Some have very heightened sight, and even just try not to create too bright of a light. It might infuriate or aggravate them, make them hostile.
No worries, I'll keep to myself.
Well, I won't wield that like a cudgel if it comes up later then. I
I
don't
have
like the light.
One more preparation as well. Lark will
Yes?
take a moment to activate her shift weave to the male attire that's a portion of it, and she'll adopt the form of Lady Norlov's husband, but with a blurred, almost featureless face.
Oh,
Now I'm prepared.
The form of a bucket of water. I knew you had it in you.
Do you want a poisonous dagger with that as well?
I promised her she would never see her husband's face again, and she shall not.
Oh,
Very well.
oh man. It's like we're headed into the fight.
I can't believe I have to allow this.
Allow
What?
what?
I had to allow something Max put in chat because it got auto mod flagged.
This the Power Ranger calls as I'm calling out their color and Ranger power. So Tommy's is White Ranger power.
Oh, it's probably because of... Okay, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
One, put two and two together.
Good lord.
All right. Well,
Okay, let's
So-
continue on
into the Underdark.
into the Underdark.
more inclusive environment.
So what
Would
do we
anyone like
see?
to-
At this
Probably
point?
not, though. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get McMurdered in the Underdark as a heads up. So
Well, would anyone
maybe
like a gift?
inclusive. Maybe inclusive is not the word we want to use to describe the Underdark.
More
Would you like a
inclusive
gift
party
of
dynamic,
alacrity?
anyway.
Don't worry, you guys. If any one of you falls, I'll bring you back up.
Lark for a gift of alacrity, maybe?
Uh,
Lark or John?
I say yeah. No, Maximilian.
I don't know what that is.
Oh,
It's
I know what you
Maximilian
mean.
because I want the first effing spell that you cast to be. I want you to go first
Protect-
and cast
yeah.
the first spell.
Yeah. Okay.
Should I wait till we? I'll wait till we actually see the
It
goddamn city
lasts
before
for 8
doing it.
hours. Just dump it
Yeah.
on him.
All right.
Thank you.
Because he'll have advantage and a +8. Super good. Super
Guaranteed first.
Not
Plus
guaranteed,
D8.
but closer.
We're on the ground, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Let me. Oh, it's only for 1 hour. How far are we from the city, Archie?
We're
You
Hard to
hiking.
are-
say,
We're
especially
on our
since
way.
I
You're
might-
hiking,
especially since
you're-
my sight.
You're somewhere within a few hours of the city.
Okay.
Somewhere in that time. You don't know the exact time because
When we
distance here is difficult to determine.
when we get a little closer, at least a good 10 minutes from the city, I'd like to just cast Unseen Servant just to have something out there to help for a moment.
Piosa will ride on John's
Yes.
shoulder for a large chunk of the hike as well, because he figures John misses a store.
I left her with.
Also, he's
Lumiere,
lazy
so.
and doesn't want to fly the whole way.
That's fair.
I wouldn't say that's lazy. Didn't he take you down all the way?
He and his 5 mirror images,
Cadre.
yes.
You must be tired.
A parcel of Piosas? Is that what we're going to call this?
A
Sure.
parcel of Piosas.
Plethora of
Beautiful.
Piosas.
Now all we need is a murder of Edgars, and we have Edgar Allan Poe all together.
So, yes.
We can arrange a murder of Edgar real quick.
Edwards. Edward.
Edward.
I think Archie is, even though like they can't see 30 feet out, like can only see 30 feet out, is still like going ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Can you see through Mother's eyes more? Like further?
No, it's the same distance.
Actually, after
I mean, John
walking-
should be the one kind of like go on first, considering I have 120 feet of dark vision and 18 passive perception.
after walking for a few minutes,
No,
Theo
it's not-
remembers and starts to cast ritual cast detect magic again.
Yep, that's the other reason you're not concentrating on detect magic, which means you're tripping all the traps if you go first.
So you don't want me to?
No, Archie.
Ah.
If Archie goes first, he has blind sight.
I
He
will
won't be able to
do
see the
that
detect
now.
magic. You can't see the detect magic because you can't see the aura that it projects with blind sight. You can tell that there's magic there, but you can't see the luminous aura that it will put off.
Do you want me to roll perception check, Mark, or passive perception?
If you are actively searching,
Active.
then
Yes, that's
you will roll a perception check. But if you're doing that, you can move no faster than, I believe, a normal pace.
correct.
That's I'm pretty sure that's pretty good. To be honest, we want to be careful.
30 feet. Yes, I will also be actively scanning.
21.
Let's see what I get. Don't know if that hit the table or not. We're gonna give it a go.
It did.
Lark and Piosa will take
12.
up, or Lark will take up the rear, I guess. And
So it's still 18 because of how perception works. Because you can't roll lower than your passive.
Correct.
Piosa's watching too.
You travel deep into the Underdark, headed for the city in the distance. Your senses tracking in the darkness. You walk for a while. A long while. 20, 30 minutes. Without any interruption. Without any obstacles.
You just hear this.
And then this, as I said, you've been kind of in this open area with this low stone ceiling and this gravelly stone floor. Seeing through dark vision, everything is black and white.
Do we hear anything?
You can hear in the distance, far off in different directions at different times, dripping, pebbles shifting, every sound keeping you on edge and alert.
And no magic?
But no magic as of yet.
Hmm.
And then, John,
Yep.
slowly but surely, the wide berth of this place begins to narrow.
Yep.
The luminescence in the distance is still there. But you realize that the space you're in is becoming more
Funnel.
funneled.
We're getting funneled.
And off on the edge of your vision, you can see that there is something coating the floor and the walls and the ceiling up ahead.
Rune, or is it like a
Web.
physical, tangible object?
It is physical. From this distance, it looks like from this distance and with the black and white of the dark vision, it looks like a thin layer of frosting on the floor and all coating.
Okay, hold
But as
on.
you get closer,
You say frosting. Do you mean like
not frost.
like cake frosting,
Yes.
or like snow frosting?
No, like cake frosting, like a very
Okay.
thin layer of it. But as you get closer, it begins to, instead of being this kind of just this formless like layer over it, you begin to see that it is separate strands of webbing.
Don't touch the webbing.
Hold up. See how this is a funnel? They're trying to drive us through this. Isn't this little opening up here?
Is there? Did
There's
we
webs
encounter-
everywhere. There's webs everywhere.
Is there a way around it?
Lock. Can you have
Yes.
Piosta scout?
Sure. Head
Don't
on
touch
up
the
there.
webs. Just look around to see if we can find an alternate route.
She reinforces that point to Piosa and sends him up ahead.
While she's Piosa's scouting, Theo's gonna ritual cast Unseen Servant.
And Piosa does have blind sense as well. As she'll say, if you find danger, come back quickly.
Is Piosa attempting to be stealthy as they
Yes.
fly through? Okay. Then give me a stealth roll for Piosa.
Before this happens, I'm going to cast a 4th level aid on Piosa, Archie, and Lark.
Okay.
You will all gain 15 more hit points. I think it's 15. Let me double check. It's either 15 or 20. It is 15.
Okay, your maximum hit points increase by 15.
Yes.
Piosa's as well.
Yes. So that if Piosa gets like shot at with a bow or something dumb, he doesn't just get instantly. He might survive.
So you gave him advice. Would you say that was guidance?
Sure. I think is that sure. Guidance. I will guidance Piosa, I guess. How do I make that hit the table?
Can
Well,
Archie see
that,
this
I mean,
funnel?
I didn't-
Oh, okay, it went through.
Yeah, roll a d4, Lark.
Oh shit. Yeah, that was. Well.
He has advantage on stealth, remember?
Oh yeah.
It's /roll space 1d4.
Or just /R, and he has advantage on stealth checks.
Yes,
Great.
/R space 1d4.
Yes.
What's the advantage for?
Piosa has
This is-
advantage?
Piosa
Yeah.
is not doing very well with that. So
Yep.
Go ahead and roll the d4 still. It didn't roll.
Yep.
yeah. Well,
So 9.
9.
well, he's tiny. Got that going for him.
So it's a juicy little fly.
Or is it perception that he has advantage on? I don't remember. It's going to make a difference of 9 or 8, not that it super
It
matters.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's perception he does. Yeah, it's perception. Not that
I
it
don't
super
even.
matters.
I don't even know where that would be. I'm sorry.
It's under keen senses. The pseudo dragon has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight, hearing, or smell.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Should I roll his perception as well? Because he's watching for danger.
What's his passive?
His passive is +3, so 13.
But is he proficient in perception?
Yes.
He is. So yeah, 13.
And he has advantage on perception checks that involve what?
Yes.
Sight, hearing, smell.
Okay, so it's an 18.
Yes.
Okay. And he has blind sight for 10 feet.
Okay.
After Theo casts Unseen Serpent, or it takes to get a few minutes. It takes about 10 minutes to do that. Well, by the time 10 minutes pass, does Piosa return, or does he return earlier?
We're about to find out. Something's gonna get Piosa.
Possibly.
That's what the aid was for.
Someone's about to see him. Whether or not
Or
they get
Piosa's
him
about to
is
get
another
caught in a
question.
web.
He can see the webs, I would presume. It's just whether or not he's not being not seen is the problem.
Oh, I mean,
He's
like
not
someone
being not
might shoot webs at him. We're in a spider lair.
Lark is seeing through his eyes and narrating.
I'm just in the spider.
If we burn this web,
he has advantage
that,
if it's a
fault?
magical web spell. Like if it's the web spell,
Right.
he has advantage on the save. Thanks, magic resistance.
No, it's not a magic.
Sorry. I know I'm taking a minute.
You're good.
Good.
If you need any help from me, Mark, let me know.
I will.
I'm hearing a lot of clicking, so I'm thinking there's a lot of enemies.
That might be me.
Okay.
Can I cast False Life?
A web
Oh, never mind.
comes shooting out of the darkness. I will tell you if Piosa sees it or not. I did not roll with advantage, so Piosa is going to get hit regardless, I think. But Piosa does not see where it comes from. It comes from somewhere within the webbing. It strikes Piosa, and Piosa falls to the ground, wrapped in the webbing, restrained, stuck, and now stuck to the webbing below. And Lark, you see through Piosa's eyes as many, many, many tiny spiders rush from the webbing onto the restrained Piosa to swarm.
He doesn't get like magic resistance save for that at all.
It is not a magic. It's not magic. It's natural webbing that comes shooting out.
Okay.
Yes. It was a ranged attack roll of webbing, so he doesn't have to make a save. He is restrained. And as Piosa gets shot with the webbing and comes tumbling to the ground, stuck into the webs below, and these tiny spiders begin to swarm. You are watching in horror through his eyes.
Lark shares this, and she'll use her reaction to grant him resistance to whatever
You can
damage.
just dismiss him as a free action. He's a familiar.
Great.
Yep.
Then she'll do that.
You dismiss Piosa, and I think we will end the session at that moment as you panically dismiss Piosa to prevent him from getting swarmed by these tiny, tiny spiders.
Yep.
Welcome
He's
to
just
the
in his
Underdark.
pocket dimension.
Yep.
He's just in his pocket dimension. And you can be in action to be like, nice job, buddy. Like, you found the
Got
trap.
you. I got you. Well,
Well,
they know we're here.
Let Mark do his stinger.
Yeah. So, we will pick up again next week in the Underdark. No more
Yeah.
flashbacks. Well, I mean, you could do flashbacks if you want, but for now, we are in the shit now.
What? No more flapjacks. I like
Shall we do some
flapjacks.
favorite moments this evening?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't we?
Mhm,
You know what? Let's roll for it. Somebody roll a d5.
Okay, I'll roll a d6, then we ignore sixes, I think. Oh,
Well, on here you can actually roll a d5.
A D5.
Oh, Johnny's on the ball.
Is it-
1. Okay,
me?
then we start with Bun as usual.
Oh. Okay.
Favorite moment for you?
My favorite moment for me, it's kind of like a DM moment, partially, but like the speech that Beatrice gave to Archie. Oh, so good. It was so well formulated, and like, where is Mark getting this shit? Where's this all coming from? I was like flustered to try and keep up with the really amazing development. Although I think Archie needs to make more steps to have this personal growth as well. That really helped like kick him into gear in a sense of like, hey, you can do it. Fucking don't be a pessimist. And literally like being like, if you be a pessimist, that might be bad as a divination wizard, where your portents can potentially affect the world. But yeah, it was really nice, and favorite moment was heading down to the Underdark, because hell yeah, we're here.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it is as brutal as it can ever be, even though we're like super powerful level 11. I want this place to kick our ass.
Oh,
I want
after
rough ass
with the lessons that I've been getting on encounter building, trust me, this should be
yay,
difficult-
swarms.
the most difficult group of or the most difficult
series of encounters
that you will have dealt with since the
I
start.
don't have area effect spells.
I'm worried that this is my brother, my big bad brother.
Well, he's
Oh
about
no, my sister.
So,
No, my sister.
so-
Yeah,
Well, he's
How
about
my
to
many
be dead
sister.
siblings
soon,
do you
so-
have?
Too many.
Hundreds?
Oh yeah, we're talking hundreds.
Again, they're about to be
technically
dead
thousands.
soon, so maybe let's not worry about giving them all names.
Oh no, Just
And
the
you
ones-
were brother 163. How I didn't
just
even
the
really
ones
know.
Just the
You.
ones that have eaten a lot and tormented Archie for a large portion of their life.
Around the table, favorite Archie moments?
Oh,
I really
Well-
enjoyed your peek into Archie's history and their workshop and their former friend, and learning a little bit more about that. And I also really enjoy the fact that Archie's done so much character growing. Like, they're going to the place that they received brutal lessons and were tormented for centuries, decades, somewhere in there, and
it's
no
somewhere in
panic attacks yet. Like, huge character growth there. Huge.
it helps that I can't see 30 feet.
I wouldn't think that would help, but yeah, it's nice to see
Yeah.
Archie rising to the occasion and confronting their past in a meaningful
Yeah.
way.
And this one's Olaf. And this is Olaf. And this is Olaf. And this is
And
Olaf.
this is Leggy, and this is his brother, other Leggy, and this is his other brother, Leggy Junior.
And this
I
is
just-
Olaf. And that one's
Yeah,
Gordon.
You can milk them all. I don't mind.
I just want Max to get the finishing blow on every single one of
The
Of
big bad
Archie's-
siblings.
Archie's siblings and mom, because it's like a flashback to murking Meridia in one shot. Like, I'm sorry, I'm killing everyone.
You're the family killer.
I'm great with everybody's family. Like,
Keep your family away from Max.
Didn't you also almost one shot? Like, did you? No, you one shot.
Meridia.
No. That was no. Lady Norlov's wife or
Husband.
Lord Norlov. Husband. Husband. Sorry.
I was the one that felt that did the finishing blow to Lord Norloff.
Maximilian, widower,
Archie,
Widowmaker.
widowmaker.
do your brothers and sisters, do they have exoskeleton or a skeleton?
They have like chitin.
We're gonna find out.
Exoskeleton. Yeah.
It's exoskeleton. Darn. Okay.
You were gonna use your sibling.
Hey,
Listen,
that's a good question though. Is an exoskeleton technically a skeleton that you can animate? Who knows?
I don't think so.
Listen,
Like
this
an
is
animated
a mob generating area right now, and I was looking forward to it, and now not
There's other
anymore.
things in the Underdark. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just kill
they're
a
drow.
local drow. Just kill a local drow.
No, I can't kill the drow. What would I want to do that for?
If they attack us first.
Become the new ruler of Desvildune.
Kill the drow.
Other Archie
But
moments.
yeah, so
tonight?
other people. No, I was going to get to other people moment, but I don't
that's
think
right.
there's anyone.
I loved our moment, the Archie Theo moment. It was fun.
Hmm.
Good times, classic.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of good crossovers with interactions this session.
Yeah.
I like the
Crossovers?
world building also. Des smell doom. It sounds like Kaza Doom. It's very Lord of the Rings.
Fuck.
Like we're about to go into Mordor.
just fuck.
Oh.
Whoops.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even intend that, but then I'm just like, oh god. I hate when. Okay, nothing against you, Max, but I hate when people say, "Hey, this reminds me a lot of X," and then it's like, oh shit.
It's the feeling that it creates, not the name.
Oh.
It's like, uh-oh.
Oh.
Do you have enough area of effect spells for this battle? I only have one.
I
We're
have.
gonna find out.
Oh man.
I
No one has
have
fireball.
web, and that's it. And I don't think that's gonna help us.
Oh, that's great actually. Web?
Web
No,
is flammable.
they have web.
I
but
bet
they
you have
web
fire
wall.
spells.
Oh, web is great
anyways.
though.
Maximilian moments. If
Oh, no,
that's the right word.
Actually, let's roll another.
I did already.
Oh,
All
oh,
5
hold
of
on.
them.
I see. Okay, so
You-
Oh,
number,
you wrote it out even.
did.
Okay.
Number
John's
3.
up next.
That's John. Favorite Pat. Favorite John moment.
I really, really liked the conversation with Theo, because I knew going into it, like I had an idea, but I knew going into it that like the idea might not see fruition. It was one of those things where it's like, well, if you can't tell me that you're not going to do horrible shit, then no, I'm not going to help you. Like, and it's like, I don't think John would be down with evil, like, which is what he was trying to steer Theo away from. So I did what I could, but I enjoyed the RP moment because it was like, I won't say tense, but it was uncertain. It was really like a neat. I had no idea of what the hell was going to happen.
I really liked the very homoerotic undertones of talking with with talking with Lumiere for this umpteenth time. My night was like the highlight of the other night. It's like, that is so fucking gay. You can't tell me otherwise.
I like
No one
the,
says that. I think I saw a good message in chat. It's like I think it was you, fucking Johnny, who said there's no heterosexual explanation for
My
using
night?
the term "my night." Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, children.
Oh, come on.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No rush. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I just wanted. I was able to write this down. There is no authority that can hold the imprisoned nobles to any accountability. I like that line. in the conversation with Father Abel and Lumiere. It's like, oh wow, we're getting. I mean, it's their fate is still uncertain, but
Yeah,
I
we
don't know.
didn't.
I like
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I knew I forgot something. Damn.
what killing the nobles.
Yeah. Crap. Oh well.
Well, we gotta
Yeah.
just decide on who gets to live or die in this case.
It's okay because I think next session we can intersperse combat and travel with Archie. If Archie sends a dream to the nobles, and then what happens ultimately with them. So it is perfectly okay.
Okay.
Anyway, other John moments.
I also really enjoyed John's chat with Father Abel and Mayor and stating why execution is probably the way to go with these people, and that there isn't anyone other than the dance to do it, or John. I also enjoyed like the Lark and John conversation where she addressed for the first time, like since John took charge of Lumiere, kind of her guilt about that, and the like prestidigitation training openings for later. My favorite Pat moment was when you reminded me to dismiss Piosa because, yeah, we don't want to lose Piosa before we even get started. Thank you.
Let's see. Well, Lark, you're next. Scarlet.
Okay. Where did I put this? I wrote this down. All right. So my favorite Lark moments were getting to summon an additional 5 Piosas and employing them to essentially, I don't know, balloon descent her down to the bottom of the Underdark. Yeah. It's like every 5-year-old's dream, right? Go flying with a bunch of balloons tied to them. Yeah, so I enjoyed realizing that, except with tiny dragons instead. I also enjoyed the small moment of prestidigitationing tea, so we still got our small comfort even in the scary Underdark. And addressing the recruit business and seeing that the dance has been continuing to grow. I think that's a big step for her as far as commanding and assisting Lady Bia with the aims of the dance and knowing that it's continued solidarity will be there even if they get lost permanently in the Underdark.
Those 25 characters that you introduced, those are going to be our next characters. So thank you for thinking ahead of that.
Actually, they're going to be the new Monday campaign. Sorry, Emmy.
In fairness, a chunk of them were werewolves, right? So I don't know how many of those were werewolves and how many were Darkhaven, but Lark can't claim credit for all 25. There's some Archie and John at work there.
Yep. Probably no nobles though.
Either for Lark.
Womp womp.
Guys, look at Foundry.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh, that is so
Oh,
cute.
Displacer Beast Cub. That's perfect.
That was your fucking idea, wasn't it? Pat?
I'm also kind of guilty.
I put all the strings behind the veil.
I don't pull all the strings behind the veil.
He doesn't pull a lot of the strings behind the veil.
Just most of them.
Pat is my conspirator. We collaborate on some
I
things.
teach Mark how to be evil. For legal reasons, that will remain a joke.
Not to the dance.
Other favorite Lark moments around the table?
Being on top of everything.
So good.
Yeah, being the one to be like, Archie, you need to cast sending on these people. We need to account for all of our expenses. Writing letters to the ember glows to acquire stuff. But also,
Abia needs to know where we're fucking going.
yeah. But also, I like the conversation with the sword. I was hopeful to watching that. Like, I hope something happens also.
Yeah.
A welcome stage.
Just extra attuned now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's +5 now, actually.
Oh, there will be things.
And we have a new art for the sword too.
We do.
Like a solid.
If you go to our Discord channel, if you're not already a part of our Discord channel, if you go to our Discord channel, you can see in Community Creations some of the artwork for the sword, the Raven's Blade. It's pretty sweet. I love how easily you can turtle in that armor, Johnny.
Yeah, but I have to mute myself because otherwise this happens.
Pew, pew. My favorite Lark moment was probably the little section that she talked with John about, and just like her reaction to being like, she told John that like, hey, I'm sorry for your burden that you carry, and like it was her counter reaction to being like, no, I did it willingly, like I did it because I wanted to, like, and her being like, shit, like like that little like pause was super like good.
Yeah.
I also, anytime Lark gets to play with Piosa, it's so much fun. She has like a million different ideas for what he can do. It's good. It's real good. I like it so much.
Best Pact of the Chain Warlock I've ever had in a game.
Pretty much.
Wow. That's high praise.
100%.
Well, I mean, it's either high praise or really low praise. You might also be the only Pact of the Chain Warlock he's ever had.
I've had other Pact of the Chain Warlocks.
Really?
Yes.
That's surprising as shit.
Yep.
Like, Pact of the Chain is not a super popular choice, but
it's not.
I mean,
but it is.
It's a very
much
fun
better
choice.
now.
It's fun.
It's much better now.
It's fun.
It is super fun. It is. I think it is one of the most fun choices because as opposed to purely.
It's not a
optimized.
mechanics build, that's for sure.
However, the things that they have done in Tasha's have made it a viable choice.
Yeah.
I know that we've had a lot of conversations about the power creep that Tasha's has done, but Tasha's has also
places is okay. It's when they power creep shit that doesn't need power creep in the first place that it's like,
yes.
To that end, I also like the. Can you teach me that? Like, because she's using prestidigitation to make tea. I just love that. It's so good.
Small comforts
really
in
good.
dark places.
Yeah. Incredible.
I kind of wanted to make iced tea, but we were all kind of doing something at the time.
Iced tea, like in game or out game?
Oh, in game because I have shape of water and I can freeze tea a little bit.
You don't have shape of water. You have shape water. Shape of Water is a movie.
I have shape of water, so now we have Guillermo del Toro on scene.
Oh God, Guillermo del Toro
very...
wrote the whole Danse Macabre.
I think he'd enjoy it.
Oh God, I hope not.
He'd get a lot of inspiration from Spider People for his next film.
I think
Shape
so.
of Webs.
The Shape of Webs. It's just this X-rated like smut book that's distributed in the Underdark.
Oh my God.
Oh no, are we creating our own shape of webs? 50 shapes of webs.
50 shapes of webs.
Take this to the docks.
The dogs.
Johnny, your favorite Maximilian moment?
Saying what I got prestidigitation for. Seeing people's reactions that Max cleaned his own room. That was fun for me.
I liked your Angelica moment and your kind of training session with the other three.
I'm sorry I have a DMPC, guys. I really am. I hate having a DMPC, but I love Angelica so much.
It's okay.
We love her, so we're not going to let you get rid of her.
It's fine.
Yeah, my favorite Max moment was Max cleaning his room and the Max Angelica conversation. And
that was good.
The showing some respect to her business. Yeah, very promising.
Max with character growth. What the fuck? It's the best shit ever. Like,
Oh,
can I just nominate
no.
this episode for
No.
number one episode of 2021? Period. End of story. End of discussion. Like, we're 2 months in, and nobody's gonna top that shit. Like,
I just want that. I just want my comfy, snarky brat character, please.
Oh,
No.
you still
Don't take
have
him away
him.
from me.
You still have him. He just is a little bit more respectful to the help. Just good.
Oh. He has to be full brat.
Max
mind
is
if I take
familiar,
off?
can do that.
Because I have another.
Oh
call.
yeah.
Good night,
Max is
everybody.
familiar, just like
Good
channels.
night.
Oh, good night, Max.
Good night.
It just vents and channels all of his like his his dastardly energy into a fiend. But yeah, Theodore moments.
Yeah. Theo moment.
I don't know. I couldn't really pick one. Thought they were all pretty interesting.
I liked your conversation with Angelica with the hot for teacher revelation. I really wish I could have seen your face during that.
oh,
Yeah, yeah. Wasn't expecting it for sure.
Surprise!
young teacher, the subject of schoolgirl fantasy.
No. Damn, it's in my head now.
You're welcome.
No, I gotta go to bed, and I'm gonna be listening to that.
Wait, you stream it over?
No, we're still streaming.
Sorry, I just had that overstream vibes.
Other Theo moments, gang?
Good.
I feel bad for Theo because I know you wanted to use the featherfall so bad. I would love to see like spectral ravens like fly up underneath us and like kind of like what is that? What is it? The cat returns style. Like we're just like shredding down a spiral of fucking what do you call it? Of crows.
Or just like I never get to use it enough, and I'm just like, this is a perfect opportunity.
It's kind of hard. I feel like something needs to happen with it because like, yes, you can use it when like you're only like 100 feet or so up or something like that. But like most people expect to use featherfall when they're like perilously falling, and at that point it's kind of hard to track what when you can use it when it's like you're going terminal velocity.
I mean,
We should
it
have
all
taken that
depends on-
bag of caltrops and like light and dropped one every little chunk of time so he knew when to cast it. But
It would fall at the same rate as. Never mind.
Terminal velocity, yes, because you
They
reach
would
terminal-
fall at the same rate you would. It's gravity.
physics not my forte.
It's
It's okay.
Here's the thing. It's magic, right? And
Yeah.
for me, it's like I feel like using a reaction to cast Featherfall is fine. Like if you're just like, when we get close enough to the ground that I would know to cast this, I'm going to cast the spell. I'm not going to be like ticking off feet and like, okay, you have to cast it right now. Oh, you missed it. You're dead. Like,
It's not like a parachute kind of thing. where you have to be at a certain height and you need to know exactly
It would make
how
the
long it
spell.
would take. And
It would make the spell utterly useless if it's like, oh, if you don't judge the exact right time to cast it, you're going to die. Like that. The game is not a game of physics. It's a game of magic and murder. I mean,
cool things.
Yeah. If that makes sense.
It does. It's all good. I'll get to use it eventually. Maybe I'll get to use it next time we get up out of the pit.
You've used it to great effect before. Like it saved our,
and also
our butts
we
at
might
the
be
lighthouse.
We might be strung up and use and put up like cocoons. Who knows? You know, might need to fall down.
Or I could just push someone off a cliff or something. I don't know. Favorite DM moments?
Well,
I listed one of mine. But I think, other than that,
my favorite DM moment tonight.
Summoning a displacer, kitty.
Yeah, I think that's
crowning achievement right there.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Having to think of how to describe the fucking Underdark, which is probably one of the most hardest places to try and describe. Along with like other planes, like when you're going to like another plane, you can kind of prepare to try and think of it. But when you go into the Underdark, that's relatively accessible in terms of like having to prepare descriptions and stuff. Like you have to describe so much stuff that can happen, and you can't. And you can't. I know like. People say, "Oh, but you can just say most of it is obscured in darkness." It's like you can't just do darkness just for the entirety of it.
Yeah, and like everybody has dark vision, right? So like,
well, now we do. Thanks, Horned Order.
Thanks, Horned Order. Only thing
Thanks, Taylor, who makes us not look like the Horned Order.
Thanks for making my dark vision even better, because you can't see in the dark. I appreciate it.
Favorite DM thing is this whole session has been kind of like a episode in terms of how you structured this, Mark. You keep doing this whole like flashback, fast forward back 5 days kind of thing, and I kind of enjoy that. Reminds me of Christopher Nolan almost, how he did with the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yep.
So
I found it to be a super effective way to do like long travel.
Yeah.
Like where there's like a lot of traveling and not a lot of hazards or combat. Like you can create interesting moments that feel like travel, but then by flashing back to the downtime, it makes it feel like, it makes it feel like you've done a lot of traveling, but you've really been focusing on character development, and I really have been enjoying that way of using travel to deal with downtime, and so you're both accomplishing something in character and also doing downtime stuff, and I think it works really well.
Why do we fault Master Wayne to pick ourselves back up? All right, I gotta go to bed.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
You have a good night.
My favorite DM moments were the Displacer Beast Cup, the dream with Bia and her fantastic advice and support for Archie, and the fact that, and the way that you had every character accomplish something meaningful to them through the course of the session.
Yeah.
Like really adept balance with that. And some very interesting things revealed.
You guys have given me a lot of practice in balancing role-playing moments, because that's all we have done for the past 6 weeks, at least.
Yeah.
Is nothing but RP.
We're okay with that.
I haven't remembered the last time we fought.
The only combat we had was against the Horned Order.
That wasn't even really combat. It was just like
storytelling.
Bam, it was equivalent of us cocking a gun and then shooting. That was
It was combat.
It was combat.
Diplomatic attempts, but still combat.
Meridia was combat too in that time span. If you can count Maximilian just fucking annihilating something the first turn of the first round of combat.
Hey, Lark got plant growth in there too.
Think about it this way. You could say it this way. Max's time with the Dryad lasted longer than his time with Meridia.
One of the few encounters
Fucking
that did.
ouch.
Yeah.
Fast in the bed, fast in the battlefield.
He's got the
I guess.
fastest hand in all of Ravenreach.
Jesus Christ. All right, we're done. We're done. Well, everybody, have a good night. We're going to raid. We will see you next time. This has been the Danse Macabre. We hope you've enjoyed it.
Oh, wait. Yeah. No, do your stinger. I'll do mine afterwards.
We will see you all next time. Next week, 7 p.m. Wednesday night.
Sweetest dreams to all of you.
Ah.